Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Okay, this is the City Council regular meeting, 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. It's already March. Roll call. Mr. Sugg, would you please call the order?
Mayor Moran.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Malchow. Deputy Mayor Malchow.
That was a present.
Oh, my bad. Councilmember Gamblin.
Present.
Councilmember Ross.
Present.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Treen.
Present.
Pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-25, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual City Council meeting this evening. Meetings are still accessible to the public, and public comment is able to be submitted. City website www.sammamish.us/TV21, and on the city YouTube, and also on Comcast Channel 21 within Sammamish only. To view later, meeting videos are available the day after the meeting on the city website, www.sammamish.us/TV21, on the YouTube, and also on Comcast Channel 21 within Sammamish only. For the Pledge of Allegiance, Deputy Mayor, would you please lead us? Okay, we can't, yep, nope. Okay, so Councilmember Ross?
Hey, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, first we have the approval of the agenda. I wanted to make a suggestion on the agenda, and that is that we move something around on the agenda, and that is to move the first executive session, move it to right before new business, so it would be after our hearing. And then, so that would be before new business, it would be after we've heard all of the, it'd be after the hearing, it'd be after we've had anything from the public. And it would be to go over basically what we've got now scheduled at the end of the meeting. Which is to go over the candidates for the open seat. That way we're just moving it to the front of the meeting so that we can take care of that business early on. Rather than, I think it's really important, and I think the people that are watching are probably watching, one of the reasons they're watching is probably for that. So that is what I'm going to suggest for moving around on the agenda. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved. Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor?
Sorry. Hello.
Oh, okay, Councilmember Stewart.
Sorry. Just too slow on my chat there. I would prefer if we could move the executive sessions later in the meetings, because we have a tendency to be back there for a very long time. And I get a lot of complaints from the public that they're watching the blank screen because we go off and then we extend and we extend. And I don't think we should rush our decisions or our discussions, but I think that we should respect the public and cover the other business and do the executive sessions at the end. As painful as that is for us, we should respect the public. And we're not actually deciding on who was going to be appointed. We're just potentially deciding on who we're going to bring in for interviews. So I don't think it's as important as some of the other things for the public to hear if it gets late. I'm sorry, Christy, I think I cut you off there.
No, I was just agreeing with you. I think, allowing the public to participate in as much of our meeting up front as possible, I think is kind of respectful for their time. Anyway.
Okay, my thought on that was sometimes our meetings get late, and I don't think we have good conversation or make good decisions after 11 o'clock. So that was another reason for me wanting to make sure that we did.
Agreed.
Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
3-3. Motion fails. It will be at the end of the meeting. And sorry for any public that, I know there's some that were hoping to listen to it earlier, so sorry.
I move to
okay.
approve the agenda as written.
Pardon? Yes, we'll go
I
move
move
to that.
to-
Thank you.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. Okay. Next up, we have emergency management. Andrew, are you on?
Yes, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Andrew Stevens. I'm the emergency manager for Eastside Fire and Rescue. Since my last update to council, the United States has surpassed a very grim milestone in its fight against COVID-19 with 500,000 deaths. The sheer magnitude of that number and the loss of life it represents is almost incomprehensible. Now, today, the U.S. is registering over 516,000 deaths, roughly a fifth of the global total death count of 2.5 million. The U.S. has had 27.8 million positive cases, and with daily case counts still averaging close to 70,000 new confirmed cases each day. And while this is a considerable decrease from the numbers experienced through the winter surge, it is a strong reminder that high levels of community spread still exist in most pockets of the country. Now, locally, King County has registered 82,363 positive cases and almost 1,400 deaths. A survey of the most populated counties in the U.S., however, showed that King County had the second lowest COVID case count, with only Oahu County in Hawaii having fewer. Now, Sammamish is registering 1,050 cases and 13 fatalities. Now, even with three FDA-approved COVID-19 vaccines available, vaccine access and shortages continues to be a serious shortfall in the response efforts. Vaccines began being administered back in December, but as of today, only 18.5% of King County residents have received one dose, and 10.7% have received both doses. King County has established vaccination sites in both Auburn and Kent. However, you must be a resident of Southern King County to schedule an appointment there. Seattle has recently announced that several sites will now be available. The first two sites currently open are at Rainier Beach in West Seattle. However, those are not open to the public for open registration. It is through referral only, and they are currently only administering 1,000 doses a week. Now, later in the month, Seattle is hoping to stand up a larger mass vaccination site located at Lumen Field, which initially will be delivering 5,000 doses each week, with the expectation that these numbers will increase as vaccines become more available. Eastside Fire and Rescue has been continuing our mobile vaccination team program, targeting adult family homes, nursing centers, and low-income senior housing. We've been working with human services personnel from across jurisdictions within our service area to identify and assist in scheduling those mobile teams. We are currently restricted to serving only the populations identified and approved by King County Public Health. Our teams have also been assisting the Snoqualmie tribe and are conducting mass vaccination support to weekly clinics inoculating tribal members. Now, as you are aware, we've also been pursuing standing up our own mass vaccination site here on the east side. We recently secured an agreement with Washington State Parks to host the drive-through vaccination site at Lake Sammamish State Park. And later this week, we'll begin building out the location with the hope that King County Public Health will begin to dedicate an allocation of vaccine as soon as it becomes available. However, discussions with the county leads us to believe that we will not be provided vaccine for that location until early April. That being said, the site will be established and ready to operate if vaccine doses are secured earlier. And once operational, the site will be able to support 500 to 1,000 vaccines each day. The county's current strategy is to focus vaccine operations in geographical locations where COVID-19 infections were the highest and the greater number of vulnerable populations reside. And the data for the vaccines administered by the county is provided by King County Public Health. However, King County Public Health's data dashboards do not break down vaccine dose information for individual jurisdictions. And Sammamish is grouped together into the larger East King County data set. And as of today, the percentage of East King County residents over the age of 75 who received at least one dose is 76.2%. The percentage of eligible individuals over 65 equals 67.1%. And lastly, the proportion of all residents aged 16 or over who have been inoculated in this Eastern King County block is only 16.9%. That is the fourth lowest number out of the 10 regions King County Public Health is tracking. And today, Governor Inslee announced that pre-K through grade 12 educators, school staff, and licensed child care providers will also now be eligible for vaccine under Phase 1B1. And while this is great news to those individuals, opening up additional categories of eligible recipients will most certainly add to the struggle of accessing vaccine for those who were able to receive a vaccine already but have not been able to secure an appointment. Now, for residents seeking information on vaccine availability, state or local COVID-19 updates, or links to resources that might be able to provide assistance, I urge them to continue to visit the city's COVID-19 Connect Sammamish portal. There they'll find links to vaccine information and the Washington vaccine location map. And also, for those residents having trouble navigating the online system, King County has established a COVID-19 assistance call center, which is open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I'm going to read the number here. That number is 206-477-3977. And lastly, I wanted to provide an update on our COVID-19 expenses for the city of Sammamish. To date, the city has spent roughly $2.15 million of the $2.9 million that was reimbursed to the city by the CARES Act, leaving roughly $750,000. That includes roughly $189,000 on internal COVID-19 mitigations and protections, $215,000 on expenses necessary to ensure continuity of government, roughly $1.2 million in 2 rounds of small business and nonprofit grants, and $525,000 to support human services organizations assisting those in the community. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yes, thank you, Andrew, for that update. Do you have a date for when the vaccination site at Microsoft is going to open? Because that'll be a big site on the east side as well.
Now, that site is open to referral only. It is not something that seems to be conducted in direct partnership with King County Public Health. That site is receiving doses through Overwatch and Evergreen Health Systems. And it was kind of done outside of the coordination. The city of Redmond was not really in touch with that site. It seems to be an independent site outside of the broader county plan.
Okay, because it is a mass vaccination site to relieve the healthcare facilities, right? So that people don't have to go to the healthcare facilities to get their vaccines, which is probably good to kind of segregate the healthy from the unhealthy people. But that's okay. We can try to get more info on that because I think there's a way to get appointments, isn't there? Or are you saying it's only through the healthcare facilities?
It's not listed currently as one of the King County hospital sites. I think there's a lot of, again, that is one of the failures in this response is the lack of overarching coordination. So when a site is being stood up through a partnership or through a private entity, I think King County Public Health could be more proactive in providing that information out to the public so we could then connect our residents to that site if it is available as well.
Okay, and I just wanted to make a comment that I am very happy to hear that President Biden sent out a directive to vaccinate our educators and our child care workers. I think that that is an excellent thing to do. We all want to be able to get our kids back in person, and I think being able to do that without putting those teachers and the staff and our child care workers' health at risk is a great thing. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy to hear that teachers will be getting their vaccine. So thank you.
Okay, council members, I think we probably all feel that way, so please, we don't all need to repeat that. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Andrew, this may not be an appropriate question for you. It may be better directed at the likes of Patty Hayes, but maybe you've heard along some of the through some of the meetings that you've had. So I'm curious, now that we're having some of our population vaccinated, are they saying that it's safe for, let's just say, my mother-in-law or my father who have had their vaccines? Is it safe for them to come and travel? Like, can people who are vaccinated be carriers even if they themselves don't get sick? Like, can someone give it to me? I'm not vaccinated. I'm curious.
Yes. Yeah, people who are vaccinated, some of the early studies show that you absolutely can still be a carrier, which is why it is so critically important for folks who have received vaccine, whether 1 or 2 doses, to continue the COVID-19 non-pharmaceutical mitigations, to still wear masks. The science is still just not set in stone on the threat, and it has been shown that people can still be carriers once vaccinated, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have got Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, thank you on this. Appreciate that information. Hey, I've been hearing some information that local pharmacies may be being pulled into the mix and being able to give these vaccinations. And also that looks like we got a lot more doses of vaccinations coming down the pike. I heard today that maybe by the end of May, they'd have enough for everybody. Could you speak to any knowledge you have on that?
Well, Councilmember, that's a great question. I know that has been the discussion over the past several months, that we are expecting the surge, we are expecting greater ramp up of vaccines, and with now 3 FDA-approved doses, I think everyone's expectation on the public health side and on the government side involved in this process is hoping that this will ramp up quickly. Now, my concern is that when this is established and greater vaccine is, available, yes, being able to rely upon the traditional medical systems, the pharmacies, the medical providers, the hospitals who have done this, they do this regularly every year with all sorts of, whether it's a flu vaccine or other vaccines, that they will be better supported. Costco, for example, is on our partnership now. They receive about 100 doses a week. That is just not going to cut it. Do they have the ability to actually do more? Absolutely. Do we have the ability? Absolutely. But there does not seem to be a broad regional strategy yet to inoculate the masses outside of just the standard public health system that you already have seen. We should definitely have started this process of identifying sites and doing surveys and looked at a regional approach probably 9 or 10 months ago, once we started getting less a focus on PPE and the immediate response. But we could have led that initiative on the county side to look at what's going on and where these sites need to be, especially when the 30, 40-year-olds, 20-year-olds are eligible for vaccine. The infrastructure now just simply is not there to support that. That's why we are proactively looking to establish our own site so we can do that ourselves in partnership with the county.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that input. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else who's got questions before we start round two? Okay, seeing none, Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, great. I wanted to let people know in terms of the vaccines being distributed to the states, that the way that that distribution is happening is based on the adult population numbers in those states. So like when you look, I think Alaska has the largest percentage of their population vaccinated. It's not that they are necessarily doing a better job. It's that they have a higher percentage of their population are adults. So that's one thing I just think to clarify for people, because I think we're at the point now where we are distributing the vaccines pretty much as fast as we are getting them. And I just wanted to say that just looking at the King County site, we have about 50 locations in King County, quite a few in Issaquah, Redmond, Kirkland, so around the area. And I think, Andrew, you bring up a great point that, Costco is partnering, but they're only getting 100 a week. And that isn't because of a bad plan, I don't think. I think it's, again, there are limited numbers of vaccines to hand out. And so they're handing them out to all of these locations. There just aren't enough to go around. So as we start to see the numbers go up, if you go out, again, Microsoft has a really great dashboard where you can see all the vaccine data. If you're a real data geek, you can actually download it. I think it's on GitHub. But you can see the numbers of doses that are being distributed across the country, and that number's going up every day. The last time I checked, which was a couple days ago, I think it was about 1.4 million had been sent out to the states in a day, which is definitely up from the 1 million a day. So I am optimistic that the number of vaccine doses coming to the states is definitely rising, and that was before the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was starting to be produced or to be distributed. And given your report, right, that like a place like Costco, which can probably distribute, hundreds a day, if they're only getting 100 a week now, when more doses are available, I'm optimistic that we'll see those places get a lot more and be able to push people through. So, but I love your message too, that until that happens, until everybody's vaccinated, we have to stay vigilant. So please, everyone, heed that warning.
Okay, do we have any questions for Andrew? Okay, so Andrew, great report, and we will look forward to your next report.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up we have public comment. And pursuant to the Governor's Emergency Proclamation 20-25, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual City Council meeting this evening. Meetings are still accessible to the public, and public comment is able to be submitted. Written public comment will be accepted until 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Submit your written comments by email to the city clerk at lhatchie@sammamish.us and the city council at citycouncil@sammamish.us. Up to 3 minutes of verbal comment may be provided per person live during the meeting. Call the following number and input the access code when prompted by 6:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. The phone number, 1-571-317-3122. The access code of 929-348-197. And I'm going to turn this over to Mike. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Sugg, and I'm going to let you finish telling them, because I know we've got the hearing as well, so I'll let you follow up with the rest of the directions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I see we have 6 people who have called in to provide comment this evening. I will unmute callers in the order in which they join the meeting. When it is your turn to comment, you will hear an automated voice say unmuted, and then you'll have 3 minutes to provide comment. 15 seconds before your 3 minutes is complete, I will provide a verbal time warning. At 3 minutes, you'll be muted. If you have called in to provide comment on the George Davis Creek Project public hearing, please say so when unmuted. I will place you back on hold and return to you when the council reaches the public hearing. Please start your comment by stating your name and the city you live in for the record. And I will now go ahead and unmute our first caller. All right, caller number 1, have you called for the public comment, public hearing, or both? Caller number 1, you should have heard your phone say unmuted. Can you hear me, caller number 1? Okay, we will mute our first caller and come back around to them at the end. Moving on to our second caller. Caller number 2, have you called for public comment, public hearing, or both?
Public comment.
Okay, great. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Mary Ellen Stone, King County Sexual Assault Resource Center. And up until recently, I lived in Sammamish, so I have a special place in my heart for the city. My current residence now is Shoreline. But I'm here representing KSARC, and I want to just tell the council a couple things. One is very much appreciate being funded for this coming year, 2021-22. I know that many of you are familiar with our services, so I want to give you a quick snapshot on what we've done in 2020. During that time, I do want to point out we weren't getting funding from the city. We were able to cobble together other funds to be able to provide services to 51 residents of Sammamish who were victims of sexual assault. About half were children and teens, the other half were adults. We provided over 700 hours in services ranging from crisis intervention to trauma-focused therapy to specialized advocacy through the legal system. We also provide extensive prevention education, and I want to remind council members that all of our services are in Spanish as well as in English. In 2020, in the pandemic, we all provided services despite, well, in accordance with the governor's stay-at-home order, which means that our therapy services were provided via HIPAA-compliant Zoom. Our help through the legal system was provided through phone and video, and we maintained all services in a virtual environment. We are seeing certainly good results generally from the therapy services, and we're making do as everybody is managing during this time. We never dropped services. We never reduced services in any way. So I want to let you know, as council members and as city leaders, we were there for victims and their families. It looked a little different from what we normally do, but we were certainly there. In 2021, we're continuing all services virtually until such time that we can safely get back in our offices and the courts start opening. Hard to know when that's going to be. The other thing I want to just flag for you is Sexual Assault Awareness Month is April, and I would welcome the city's participation in that. I can follow up with you tomorrow to make sure that the city promote Sexual Assault Awareness Month. It's an important time to let victims and their families and the broader community know here's services available and here's how everyone can help. Again, really appreciate the continued support from the city of Sammamish. Appreciate the support from the city of Sammamish. Thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you. And yes, please do let us know, get us the information and let us know what we can do to help.
All right, moving on to our next caller. Caller number 3, have you called in for public comment, the public hearing on George Davis Creek, or for both?
I have a short PowerPoint for public comment, please.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
This is Mary Wichter, and I've lived in the city of Sammamish for 20 years. I would like to speak on the wireless tonight. We do need communications in our city. We certainly need 5G, and I have no intent to slow down or stop that from going. I would like you to, in fact, approve it tonight. But I did want to bring something to your attention that was brought to mind. When the PowerPoint comes up, it will show 3 osprey sitting in a nest. The photo was taken by one of our stewards, Jan Bird, and it was during the summertime in July, and there's 2 juveniles and 1 parent. And then if I can get to a second PowerPoint slide, The second slide shows the cell tower, the same one in December of 2020. Where
I'm sorry, Mike, can we pause Mary's time because her PowerPoint is...
They're working on it. They're trying.
But I don't want her to run out of time and we're not seeing her slides.
Or I'm happy to go and then you can piece together the slides later.
Mary, are they the same slides that you showed before?
Yeah, but the public didn't get to see them.
Yes, and they're modified based on discussions from the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mary.
Well, go ahead and speak, and then you can put up whatever can be seen. Anyway, there was a nest for osprey on a cell tower. It's been taken down, and that can be done when they're not nesting legally. But what I would like the city to consider for the wireless communication system is that the height exception would be allowed when it's needed for birds of prey or aerial wildlife, and it could be done either on the tower or on a separate tower where you'd extend the height and you'd put like some sort of wooden platform, or it could be done on a separate tower. So if you go to the third slide in the presentation, you'll see examples of that. One more. The one on the left is from Marymore Park. They had moved those for ST3 and successfully relocated them. There's a predator thing, so they can't climb up the pole. And you can see that they're very safe and happy on top of that. The osprey like to be up really high. And then the last one, if you go to the last slide, this one actually shows Puget Sound Energy has done 60 of these polls. This was a 2013 article, and they've worked with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the cities and been able to do them. So I'd like to have it, just the ability to do that in our wireless communications, and I would also like the Urban Forestry Management Plan to consider it. And then I wanted to speak just a second on stormwater. I know you're looking for stronger future standards, but if you don't deal with flooding and the erosion and the sediment and pollutants that are currently going on from things that were done before the 2016 adoptions, I think you're going to have problems. And if you make the new standards too strong, you're going to dry out trees, see lower base flows in streams, reduced aquifer recharge, and you may find that reuse of stormwater may actually impact the water quality not only of streams and lakes, but also of our public and private wells. So I would like to say that as you go on with stormwater, you cannot ignore the areas of the city that are hurting for stormwater and use codes that were adopted before 2016, which goes all the way back to 1998 codes. So thank you for listening and the extra time, and sorry it wasn't done well with the PowerPoint, but I understand the technical difficulties, so thanks for your consideration and all you're doing.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our next caller. Caller number 4. Have you called in for public comment, the public hearing on George Davis Creek, or for both?
Good evening. Public comment, please.
Great. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Gregory Bush. I'm with Wireless Policy Group, and I'm here on behalf of AT&T. Wireless Policy Group's offices are in Issaquah, Washington, and we're consultants for AT&T. I'm speaking tonight in regards to Agenda Item 8, which may be Agenda Item 9 now, which is the proposed amendments to Sammamish Municipal Code 21A 56 for the wireless communication facilities. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to comment. The proposed code update has had a long review process, and the Planning Commission and staff have shown remarkable levels of engagement throughout. While some provisions of the code are not ideal, AT&T does appreciate the balance that the staff is attempting to strike and the leadership the city is showing in keeping its code up to date with the most recent technologies and changes in federal law. With this code update, AT&T is looking forward to working with the city to improve service to residents, businesses, and first responders. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our 5th caller. Caller number 5, have you called for public comment, the public hearing on George Davis Creek, or for both?
Hi, I've called in for public comment.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sujata Goel, and I'm with King County Parks, and I'm calling from my virtual office in Issaquah. I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for providing this opportunity to update you all on the East Lake Sammamish Trail South Sandy project. This year, we will begin construction on the final 3.6-mile segment of this trail. That's been decades in the making. And one of the things to note is that due to the length and complexity of this final 3.6-mile segment, we've chosen to break up this final segment into 2 construction contracts. And so basically, we anticipate beginning construction in late spring on the southern portion, which is Southeast 33rd to around Mint Grove. And then later this fall, we will begin construction on that final 1.7 miles up to Inglewood Hill parking lot. So basically, this year we will be constructing in that final 3.6-mile corridor. As part of this construction project and prior to beginning construction, we would like to work with the city communications team to help get the word out to residents about the upcoming trail closures. We know that closing this well-loved trail will impact many of the residents in the city. However, we do close the trail during construction to ensure the safety of the public and the construction crews. And, you know, really, we do know that trails like the East Lake Sammamish Trail have provide greater access to recreation, employment, and retail in the region, as most recently demonstrated by REI's decision to open an office in Issaquah, and they specifically cited access to trails. We look forward to completing this final 3.6-mile segment because we know, as this past year has demonstrated, people value their public lands for recreation and respite. Our goal has always been to increase access to recreation and preserve this corridor for future generations. And so we look forward to working with city staff on the communications around trail closures, but definitely look forward to completing this trail starting later this year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up. We have one more caller. All right.
Great. Moving on to our final caller. Caller number 6. Have you called in for public comment, the public hearing on George Davis Creek, or both?
Most likely both. Can't believe you forgot me, Mayor. I mean, how could you? James Eastman, Sammamish, Washington. The place I think I'd rather be right now than giving this public comment is on a nice white sandy beach. Sent lead a photo of one to put up on screen for everyone to view. And near the end of my public comment, I'll return to talk about the photo. But first, I want to talk about electric cars, and then I'll move on to talking about moving mountains. Yes, literally moving mountains. Did you know that the average electric vehicle has about 200 pounds of copper used to produce it? Spent 2 years working on a project management team at America's largest copper mine in Morenci, Arizona, on a $2 billion copper mine expansion project. The expansion was necessary to gear up capacity to meet the needs of America's energy renaissance as we move towards electric cars, wind turbines, and all things electrical. Morenci ore grade on average is about 1/3 of 1%, or 0.033% copper. So to get enough copper for 1 Tesla, you'd need about 60,000 pounds of rock. Morenci mine has a capacity of about 1 billion pounds of copper per year, so that equates to roughly 300 billion pounds of rock being moved every year. So yes, mountains are literally being moved. Now I'll give a brief description of milling and how copper is extracted from rock, which 99.7% of it is waste. First, the rock is blasted and loaded into the massive-sized haul trucks. From there, it's onto a series of crushers, primary crushing, hydraulic roll crushing, and then into ball mills to get the rock to a powder consistency. Now onto the wet circuit, which adds massive amounts of water to the material. At the end of the wet circuit, the stream is injected with reagents, which I'll compare to liquid soap, and then air bubbles are floated up through it, and they attach to the copper. The copper stream then flows through giant filters, almost like a giant furnace filter, which then removes the copper from the liquid. The remaining waste stream, which contains 99.7% of the original rock we started with, flows off to what is called a tailings pond. and the wastewater sits as material settles out, and the water is then recycled back into the copper process, again at the wet circuit. One could look at a tailings waste stream or a tailings pond and might not even be able to notice the amount of solid material actually entering the streams or the ponds. In fact, the picture I showed of the white sandy beach, yes, that's actually a tailings pond where material settles out of the water and the mountain slowly rises as the water is recycled. One might look at a tailings stream making its way to a tailings pond and not be able to tell the difference from that water than maybe the streams or even Lake Sammamish, as it's hard to tell the amount of sediment in the water. In regards to stormwater policy, how much sediment do our streams carry? Is Lake Sammamish becoming a tailings pond? One might say that our lake levels are rising due to the guy building his house on the lake, but I'll bet that the cause of the lake level rising is sediment buildup in Lake Sammamish as sediment finally settles out.
Okay, so thank you very much, and I would not forget you, although I do think you've been talking to my son. Okay, thank you.
It's the same phone call. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I'm a caller. And you don't have me on the list.
Oh, okay. We
Sorry,
have a caller, new caller.
I believe this caller just joined us. Our seventh caller. Have you called in for public comment, the public hearing on George Davis Creek, or for both?
For George Davis Creek, and I've been on the line for an hour.
I apologize. I didn't see you on the list. I will put you back on hold, and we will return to you once we reach the public hearing.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, so I believe that is the end of public comment. Okay, moving forward. Okay, we are not doing executive session. Again, my apologies to those who did contact me today. Next is consent calendar. So
Move to approve.
Okay, thank you. Who said that?
Treen.
Councilmember Treen made a motion.
Second.
Deputy Mayor did a second. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Next, we have got presentations and proclamations. We do have one for Women's History Month. Councilmember Stewart, would you like to read that?
Certainly. Let me grab that. Sorry, I was just in the consent there. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. Whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. Whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. Whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. Whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military. Whereas the city of Sammamish has employed women, many in leadership roles, who are serving the community in impactful and meaningful ways, and will honor Women's History Month with content and resources on its diversity, equity, and inclusion page. Whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now, therefore, our Mayor, Karen Moran, on behalf of the Sammamish City Council, does hereby proclaim March 2021 to be Women's History Month in the city of Sammamish.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, the next up we have got a public hearing, and this is over the George Davis Creek. And I believe we've got Dave Pyle on the line.
Mayor, this is Jeff Ellickish, Public Works Director.
Okay.
Our stormwater staff tonight, led by Toby Cohen, will be doing the introductions and doing the PowerPoint presentation. Toby, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. Bear with me while I move things around. All right. Can folks hear me all right, first off?
Yes, Toby, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you, Toby.
Thank you. I'm going to try to dump it back into slide mode here. One more attempt. No, bear with me then. We're going to go through my script, I guess. I'm Toby Cannon. I'm the interim program manager for the city stormwater group, and I'm also the project manager for the George Davis Creek Fish Passage project. I'd like to thank the mayor and council members for considering this ordinance tonight and providing a chance to explain ourselves as we go through what we're trying to accomplish. I'd also like to thank the city manager, public works director, and city attorney for their support with this. I thought we'd start with why we're here tonight. Real simply, we're asking the council to adopt an ordinance for the George Davis Creek Fish Passage project. The ordinance will authorize the city attorney to proceed with condemnation of a property right. This is held by John Titcomb and Lindy Behringer. The ordinance is going to do three things. One, establish a public need for the project. Secondly, authorize condemnation as a tool to support the relocation of George Davis Creek. And three, provide for just compensation. This covers the stream's fair market value. As you consider this ordinance, I'd ask that you focus on a few key points. First is this project addresses clear public infrastructure needs. Secondly is that the project supports the city's kokanee salmon restoration efforts. And third, that the project is dependent on moving the stream. Finally, we do need to obtain this property right in order to move the stream. What's our recommendation here? After you consider the facts and receive public comment, staff would recommend that the council adopt the ordinance that authorizes the city attorney to initiate condemnation in order to obtain property rights from John Titcomb and Lindy Behringer. We prepared a real brief agenda. It should offer some background that will help you consider the ordinance. Just kind of get yourself grounded. I think you're all familiar with where George Davis is. It's on the Parkway, located between Englewood and Thompson Hill Road. I wanted to touch on real quickly what our motivations were. for pursuing this project. We first off have an obligation to provide a functioning storm drain system to reduce flooding, limit maintenance requirements, and also address other problems. This obligation is dictated by several codes and standards that I've listed on this slide here. This photo that we're looking at, it's George Davis Creek as you're looking across the parkway facing west toward Lake Sammamish. This was taken a couple of years ago during a storm event. It's clear that the existing drainage system here isn't working. The city has, I would characterize it as an unmet public need. Another big motivation, obviously, behind this is restoring Lake Sammamish Kokanee. Much of what we're doing today was set in motion with Kokanee Blueprint that was developed back in 2014. The current evolution of this is the two fish passage projects that are underway right now, Ebright Creek, which is bidding right now, and also George Davis Creek, which is about a year behind. I think any discussion that involves this project ought to consider what we have out there today, what the stream looks like. To that end, I'd point out there's really two parts to George Davis Creek, in this project area down by the Parkway. The first is their main stream course. It kind of follows the historic alignment of the stream. We've identified a couple of the points where it goes through. The second element is this dashed blue line, and that corresponds with the high flow bypass pipe. And King County installed this in the mid-90s. To give you a sense of how this functions today, the lower part of the stream alignment, particularly as you're west of the Parkway here, this is so constrained that right now it can't convey even a 2-year storm event. So anything larger than that ends up entering the high flow bypass and being discharged out by Skip Buchanan's property. So that's one of the things we're trying to accomplish here. There's other challenges with this existing as well. We've called out them on this map here. Each location really has, one or more of these problems that I've outlined. We've got a lot of excessive sediment buildup in areas. There's obviously problems with the capacity of the storm drain system. Every reach of it really has barriers to fish passage. And then there's just a general lack of access, and other maintenance challenges. The area we're looking at tonight really is centered on number 4 here in the lower left portion. This is the Titcomb Behringer property. The stream ends up running underneath their house there. That's an example where we do have access issues, capacity issues, and fish passage issues all kind of rolled into one. Well, what should we do about all these problems? We started preliminary work more than a couple of years ago, and we looked at different ways we could tackle these things. Ultimately, the project team, the consultant and city staff developed and evaluated 4 different preliminary design alternatives. The analysis identified a preferred option. The consultant is continuing to work on that up to this point here. Some of the key parts of this alternate include abandoning this large bypass pipe that King County installed. A second element is moving the stream from the Titcomb Behringer property due to the constraints associated with that current alignment. And then to accommodate that, we would acquire the Sigmar property and create a more fish-friendly and higher capacity stream channel. Here's a quick look at what this looks like. The dark blue squares shown correspond to new culverts, 2 of which are being installed by King County as part of the trail project. The light blue represents the channel. The Sigmar parcel that the city purchased will accommodate the new stream channel, with the outfall into Lake Sammamish. What does this ultimately provide for the city? What are we accomplishing? Well, first, it's going to eliminate all the barriers to fish passage along this corridor, between the existing, or the lakefront rather, and the native channel upstream. And second, it's going to increase the capacity of this main stream channel such that it'll allow a 100-year storm to pass through it versus the less than 2-year storm that we're looking at now. This added capacity is really going to reduce the risk of flooding we've seen. Another thing we're doing is eliminating access problems. This property or project is going to be confined solely to public property, either King County or City of Sammamish owned. And then finally, the project design, we're taking steps to greatly reduce maintenance requirements associated with it. One of the elements that we've dealt with, obviously, is property and right-of-way. This is a big part of any capital project. And that initially started with a land acquisition for the Sigmar parcel. We're coming up on the one-year anniversary of the purchase of that property, where we're going to daylight the stream north of the Titcomb-Behringer site. Another aspect to that is obtaining the property right from Titcomb-Behringer. In order to move the stream to the new channel, the city must obtain the actual stream flow from Titcomb-Behringer. We must compensate them for the water's value. To accomplish that, the city conducted an appraisal last September. And through that, we determined that the fair market value of this property right was $118,000. The city extended an offer to Titcomb-Behringer for that amount, and that was declined. Titcomb-Behringer subsequently responded with a counteroffer or another appraiser, which valued the stream at $500,000. There's clearly a significant gap between those two figures, and it's such that we've pursued or are in the process here of considering condemnation. Ultimately, that just brings us to the public hearing tonight, where we're considering this ordinance. In summary, I'd like to bring you back to, some of the key points here. First is that this project addresses a clear public need of improving the existing drainage system. The second part is that we are achieving a critical goal of supporting kokanee salmon in George Davis Creek, and that requires relocating the stream. And then finally, relocating the stream is in the public interests, so we are asking council to support the efforts to condemn the property to accomplish that. So that's the formal presentation. Thank you for listening. We're here to answer questions. I know there's going to be other public comments associated with that, so we'll hold off until after. With that, I'll turn things back to Jeff. Thank you.
Toby, real quick, can you identify who will be speaking tonight, subject to how the questions or comments are raised?
I will be answering questions. Hillary Evans, the city attorney's office, will be answering questions. And should it prove necessary, you will be answering questions.
And organic.
Is also here, the interim deputy city public works director.
Okay.
We've got the band.
Thank you, Toby. I appreciate that. Mayor, back to you.
Okay, well, I am going to open up the public hearing. And I do believe I was notified before the meeting that we have got the property owners that we're going to do a short presentation. And we'll hear from them, and then we will go to the callers that are on the line. Is that still, Jeff, do you know, is that still the process?
That is my understanding currently, okay. Mayor. Thank you.
Then we will open up the public hearing. And then do we know, are they calling in to speak tonight? I'm assuming.
Yes, I believe that to be the case, although I'm not sure where they are or what number they are. If they could self-identify, that would be helpful.
I think it may have been the new caller who just joined us on the line, so let's try and unmute them first. It is not letting me unmute them. Seems to be a technical difficulty. I cannot unmute the caller that just joined us.
All right, so let's take the phone callers that have called in earlier. Let's do them first while you're trying to get that other caller, and maybe we'll run into, let's do that. Okay, we're going to take the callers that are on the line in order, and maybe we will run into one of them being the person. Let's just do it that way.
Okay, great. So we have 2 callers who indicated earlier that they would like to speak on this public hearing. I will unmute callers in the order they joined. And when it is your turn, you'll hear an automated voice say unmuted, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide comment. 15 seconds before your 3 minutes is complete, I will provide a time warning. At 3 minutes, you will be muted. Again, please start your comment by stating your name and the city you live in for the record. And I will now unmute our first caller. All right, caller number 1, you have 3 minutes.
It's Eastman again. Just want to piggyback on my earlier comments. We see all this water entering the lake, and we really don't know what's entering. Sorry, I'm echoing, but I'm going to keep going. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
All right, I was echoing. I don't know what was going on, but we see all this water in the lake, and we really don't know what's in the water. And I find that our stormwater budget is very small in Sammamish. We don't have a lot of money to go spend, and we're spending a ton on these creek restorations. And I wonder if they're fine and dandy, but going into them, we're lacking the data that supports them. And when I say data, I mean a robust water testing program. If I'm a developer and I'm building houses up on the plateau, I'm required by state law to test my water quality every single rain event where we discharge. But yet, when we have massive amounts of water entering Lake Sammamish, I find very little data on the quality of the water entering the lake. And as we have seen with COVID, I mean, where we would be without a robust testing program. And it's not very expensive to test water quality. So I think before we do anything, we need to gather the proper data, which would be monitoring all of our streams that enter the lake for phosphorus, for dissolved sediment, for turbidity, for fecal coliform, and set these baselines, and then compare them to the background, which would be something like Issaquah River, which is mostly natural water hitting the lake. And then as we build improvements, we need to be setting goals on what we want to accomplish, what we want to get these levels to. Are these projects reducing the amount of sediment entering lakes? Are they reducing the fecal coliform? Well, if we're not testing and we don't know what we begin with regularly in these events, we really don't know. But we're throwing a lot of money trying to find these solutions. So I'm advocating that before we go and we do all these projects, that we develop a robust testing program for a little amount of money to know which projects need to be done, where we need to concentrate our resources. And then once these projects are built, we can go back and say, well, we improved the water quality by this amount. We improved the amount of sediment hitting the lake by this amount. I wonder, if we increase capacity hitting the lake, are we just making it easier for sediment to hit the lake? I don't know. This would all be questions we could answer if we had a robust water testing program to help us form our stormwater policy and to direct these projects and to know whether or not, if we go do them, even if the kokanee can survive, if the water quality is still bad. So I would advocate us maybe going back and gathering this data and implementing a testing program for all of our streams in the lake. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, let's try our next caller here. Still not working for our caller number 9. Let's see the next person. Oh, there we go. Caller Hello. 10, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And we can hear
You're
you.
unmuted.
We can hear you.
Okay, this is John Titcomb. I'm very troubled by the technology at the moment. I've been on the phone waiting to hear the unmuted, and I never heard it earlier. I'll read my statement. It would be nice if somebody could indicate that you can hear me, because I can see Christie's.
I can hear you. Yes. Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I can hear you in my ears,
okay.
but not on the screen. City Council, good evening. This is John Titcomb. My address is 629 East Lake Sammamish Shoreline Northeast in Sammamish. My wife, Lindy Beringer, and I have owned this property since 1985. We appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, although we wish it could be in person again at this time, as we've both been before the council in the past. We are here tonight to speak against the agenda bill declaring public use necessity for acquisition of our property rights in George Davis Creek and against authorization for use of condemnation of these interests. And the reason is the city hasn't negotiated with us yet, and what they've put in the agenda isn't correct. I'll read more. I know many of you are familiar with the Fish Passage project that is the subject of the ordinance, and several council members, including then Mayor Malchow, have visited our property at various times. We believe that you agree with us that our property with a fish-bearing creek that runs under our home and out to the lake is unique on Lake Sammamish and elsewhere in the area. Our mutual and shared involvement with George Davis Creek to date and over decades has been one of the rare success stories of positive interaction with the environment. It has preserved a critical habitat and a fish run entirely across our property to the border with the Sigmars. The natural course of the creek is through this property, and dating back to at least 1922, structures on this property have straddled the creek. Since the day we bought the property 36 years ago, Lindy and I have acted as stewards of this rare and important resource. In 2009, we rebuilt our home, which included upgrading the stream and engineering it to be permanently fish passable and handle the flow, the 100-year flood alluded to. It is important for you to know that we did this with the knowledge and approval of the city. Indeed, it was with the active participation of the city then. We all sought to preserve the natural water course of the creek and develop ways to make it better. We engaged the city's then consultant, the watershed company, to design what is the current fish passage tunnel under our house. We incurred a significant expense to build the design. The city did not bear any of that expense, but it was one that we were willing to undertake, knowing that we were making an important contribution towards preserving this habitat. A joint first step in a public-private partnership eventually to get fish upstream into the best habitat in the city. We all celebrated this success, and certainly we had no indication from anyone at the city that you might one day seek to negate all of that work and expense by diverting the creek away from our property. Unfortunately, less than 10 years later, the city has decided to move the creek. However, the city was not very forthcoming about that plan. When we learned in 2019 that the city was trying to purchase the Sigmar property to the north of us, staff initially told us that they could not disclose any plans due to a need for confidentiality. City staff also told us personally that the city had no plans to move the stream to Sigmar's property and that the city intended to leave the creek as it is. It was only after the city acquired the Sigmar property that staff did a 180 on us and told us that you now plan to move the stream entirely over to the Sigmar property. Our approach since learning about this has been to seek a negotiated resolution that would benefit both parties, but months have gone by fruitless because no one at the city appears willing to recognize that, A, we have a riparian right, we may have a riparian right in the stream due to the more than 100 years of continuous beneficial use of the property, on the property. B, the 2009 rebuild of our house with the fish passage was done with the encouragement and involvement of the city. C, the city was not forthcoming about its intentions for the creek on our property before it closed on the Sigmar property. And D, the city has consistently undervalued and brushed off the valuable benefits of the stream as it exists on our property. The submitted written comments note more about these points, but I will not read them due to the time limitation. And I've noted to the city clerk that the paragraphs that I'm skipping are in the written submittal. The city hired an appraiser who assigned a negative value to the stream as it runs through our property. To the city's appraiser, the creek is nothing more than a minor water feature. However, it is arguably the most important in the city, with the greatest length, the greatest watershed area, and the greatest total flow of any creek in the city. Also, your appraiser overlooked and understated the significance of this creek to our property, that the tunnel under the house is a camouflaged concrete fish ladder as part of the foundation of our house, complying with all the rules of fish passage, and that there is a substantial complying riparian habitat in the tunnel and below the tunnel that we put together a long time ago. There are other substantial benefits based on the design and aesthetic perspectives that are directly related to the stream's presence, animals, noise. It's nice. Your appraisal, however, suffers from other flaws, including it did not compare similar properties because there are none. But this property is unique, and the appraisal's matched pair analysis used a property with a stream that could not even be seen from the house, while the creek here at our house is visible from every room in our building, except maybe a bathroom. Your appraisal assumes there was no environmental factors that make property more value, but frankly, that's not credible. An active salmon spawning creek with a pond and an egg box are extremely significant and positive. It was significant enough in 2009 for the city to want us to preserve and enhance these, and it remains so today. Your appraisal assumed a replacement water feature, which we never asked for, and we have no information about this except for in the appraisal. We do not believe that the Department of Ecology would ever authorize such a long-term permit for this pump and pipe system, nor do we believe the system that's proposed is adequate replacement for a natural running creek, or that the system could be built and run for $118,000. We understand in condemnations that governments in general make lowball offers so they don't risk setting a floor too high and leave room for negotiating. But we ask you candidly, if this was your house that you poured hundreds of thousands of dollars into and countless hours of maintenance, all for the benefit of an endangered fish run, would you be happy if somebody said it was a rivulet that is worth only $118,000 when it's actually the longest and biggest stream in the city? If you're being honest with yourselves, you would not find that very attractive, and we don't think a jury in a condemnation trial would be very sympathetic with the city's approach. The agenda item suggests that as an alternative to adopting the ordinance, staff and the city attorney could continue to negotiate directly with us, but that staff, this is from your write-up, staff did not consider this further due to the demonstrated lack of progress towards a settlement. We have attempted to negotiate with the city throughout, but have been rebuffed or met with silence. We provided the city with our good faith appraisal counter report in mid-December of 2020, and since then we have heard nothing from the city except to see on tonight's agenda that the staff has had discussions with you and with the city manager during executive session, but we've never heard from anyone in the city proposing a response to our appraisal, and there's been no mention of mediation with a neutral third party until the email from your attorney yesterday, which appears to be conditioned on your passage of this ordinance. As far as we can tell, the only demonstrated lack of progress is the city's. We urge you to table this ordinance and direct your staff to enter into mediation with us to explore good faith alternatives, including not diverting the stream. Alternatively, we request that you leave this public hearing open for 2 more weeks to allow us to present you with a more detailed written statement. Thank you for your consideration. And this is John Titcomb, and my wife, Lindy Beringer, is here also.
Yes, this is Lindy Beringer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other calls?
There's still one caller on the line who I was having difficulty unmuting.
Let's see if we can.
Sure.
One call.
All right, caller number 9. I still cannot unmute you, but you can unmute yourself by dialing *6 on your phone, and then you can unmute yourself. So if we can give you just a moment, dial *6, and that will unmute you. I'm not seeing them unmuting themselves, and I am unable to mute them on my end.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I am going to go to the chat box. And we have got a question here from the Deputy Mayor.
Not a question. A motion. I move that we authorize the city attorney to use condemnation to secure certain property rights in support of the George Davis Creek Fish Passage Project.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second on the floor. Discussion?
Can I speak to my motion?
Sure.
Thank you. This is always tough. I never take condemnation lightly. It's something that I think has to have a real benefit for our community. And, I think realigning the creek that will allow our kokanee salmon to have stewards of the stream, and as the Snoqualmie Indians say, for time immemorial. I think it's wonderful that we've had good stewards, but we need to make sure that the stewards are there for generations to come, and this allows for us to do that.
Okay, any other comments or discussion? Okay, I've got some that I want to. First of all, I want to make a comment that this is really hard for everybody, but for the fact that this is some people that bought this property because of this creek, they did work with the city. They got not only their participation, but their approval 10 years ago, and spent a lot of money to upgrade their property for this. And then we're told we're buying the property next door and we're not moving the creek, only to find out they were moving the creek. I think the 2 weeks of letting them try to work this out, I think that's the least thing we could do. I don't see where that does any harm. So I will not be supporting this motion. Oops. Any other comments?
I'm in the queue.
In the queue. Oh, there you are, Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, would it be maybe to work to offer an amendment to the motion that we put a 2-week timeline to allow this requested further negotiation to take place between the property owners and the city, and if at the end of that 2 weeks an agreement is not reached, then the motion is executed, and we go ahead and execute on the plan.
The only problem I have with that is it doesn't do anything to push the city into trying to negotiate.
We need an executive session, I think.
Yep. Okay, so Lisa, you're on the line. Can we go into an executive session on this at this point in time?
She just ran across the top of the screen. She just left.
Of course she did.
We have the ability to call an executive session at any time.
I lost my connection for a second. Of course, we can go into executive session. That's fine.
With a motion on the floor? Or Christy, could you remove your motion?
I think we can still go into executive session even with a motion
on the floor. Okay. All right, then we are going to go into executive session. And Christy, please remember your motion. And let's take a 15-minute executive, oops, hold on. Pardon me? Lisa, can you give us the RCW number?
Sure, it's RCW 4230110-1I.
Thank you. And we will be back at 8:05. Okay, Council, we're back. And as I had asked and confirmed, we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to ask our Deputy Mayor to repeat her motion that we left out.
Yes, my motion was what it says in our agenda bill, which is to move to authorize the city attorney to use condemnation to secure certain property rights in support of the George Davis Creek Fish Passage project.
And then we had a second that was from Councilmember Gamblin. Councilmember Gamblin, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, my second's still there, and I'd like to speak to my amendment if I could.
That's correct.
Did we have a second on the amendment, though?
I don't know if we had a second on the amendment.
I don't think we did, so we're not, yeah, we wouldn't.
We didn't get that far at the moment, so would you like to, you put an amendment out there, would you like to add your amendment again?
No, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Who was the second to the Deputy Mayor's motion?
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor? Procedurally, we still have an open public hearing.
That is correct.
We need to close it.
Yes. Hold on. Do you, do we have anybody, did you ever get your caller? Okay. All right, so we don't have anybody. Okay. So we can, the caller that we could not reach is off the line, so we can close the public hearing. Excellent. Okay, so who was our second on the Deputy Mayor's motion?
I was.
Okay.
Councilmember Gamblin.
So we have a first and a second. And do we have any discussion?
Pam Stewart.
Okay, Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I would hope that, as with any ordinance like this, that our city attorney certainly hears the angst from all of us that this is not an easy decision, and that all avenues are in fact exhausted to work out an amicable solution if possible, if we are in fact to move forward with this motion. So these are very tough decisions, but this stream is very important. It's incredibly important to our Kokanee, and so I think we're all hopeful that we can work something out.
Okay, let's see, do we have any other comments? I want to comment again to our folks who own that property that, again, I'm very sorry. I am going to be voting against this only because I don't see where 2 weeks would hurt anybody and giving anybody time to try to work this out. I just don't see the problem. So I will vote against this. So with no more comments, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. 5-1. Motion passes. Okay, so we go to new business. First up is the discussion of the wireless communications, and who will be handling that this evening?
I'm Mayor Moran, David Pyle, Community Development.
There he is. Hello, Mr. Pyle.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm here tonight with our wireless communications code writing team that includes Brittany Port of AHBL, Eileen Kiefer of Madrona Law, and Evan Fisher, who's a senior management analyst with the city. We'll be giving you a presentation on the status of this code writing effort, and then be followed by the opportunity to field questions from the council and add any clarifying comments that are needed. I'll hand it over to Brittany Port of AHBL, who will be delivering the presentation.
Okay, thank you, David. Good evening, council members. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's all right. Okay, should be seeing my screen now. Let me just see if I can move this far. Okay, thank you all for having me tonight. I know you have a lot of important business to discuss, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk about the city's wireless communication facilities code. So I wanted to give a brief presentation tonight to set the stage ahead of your April meeting. The first thing I'll be discussing tonight is just a little bit of background on the city's current regulations regarding wireless communication facilities, and then talk about what prompted the changes to the city's wireless communication facilities code from the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. And then just give a brief overview of the process that was taken to develop the code amendments, and then discuss what has been proposed to be changed. And then I'll also give you a little bit of a snippet of how wireless facilities might be permitted in the city going forward, and then just finish with some cleanup items. So to begin, I'm just going to give a little background. So the city's Wireless Communications Facility Code, which is SMC 21A55, was originally adopted in 2010 and amended in 2012, and then again in 2016. It was originally developed to respond to technology in place at that time. At that time, that was primarily cell towers, monopoles, and antennas that cover a large area. Macro facilities such as monopoles are still going to be the backbone of the city's wireless network. The city will still likely see some permits for macro facilities as the service providers continue to build out their network. So the new code does still provide for those macro facilities. But the existing code was written for old technology, and that technology is evolving. Small cells are now needed to provide service in smaller areas. Small cells are small antennas that are mounted at a lower height than macro facilities. They're typically attached to utility poles or light and traffic poles within the right-of-way, and their purpose is to augment capacity for data traffic in dense areas, so primarily in downtown cores, but also in residential neighborhoods. And they are typically 25 to 45 feet in height, rather than the tall macro towers that you are probably used to seeing, which extend, beyond 75 feet or more in height. The city's current regulations do not provide for small wireless facilities. The small cell network as it currently stands requires these smaller antennas, which I just showed you, placed every 500 to 1,000 feet. They could be even in closer proximity if they are to facilitate 5G wireless service. And the city's wireless regulations are silent to permitting of small wireless facilities. Wireless providers are going to want small cells deployed in those dense urban areas to provide for adequate capacity in high demand spots. And they're each going to want their own facility. They don't typically co-locate. The city is required to permit the deployment of these facilities. In addition, the city might want to regulate what these facilities look like. The revised code provides specific requirements for the design and installation of new small cells in the city, as well as clarifies and streamlines the permitting process in order to comply with FCC timelines for processing these applications, referred to as shot clocks. The FCC has issued several declaratory orders to streamline deployment of 4G and 5G wireless service. The 2018 declaratory order limited fees that could be charged with respect to small wireless facilities located on city-owned infrastructure or within the right-of-way. The order also established guidelines for the imposition of aesthetic standards on small wireless facilities. While this has been appealed and struck down to some extent, there are still some limitations on aesthetic restrictions that can be imposed. And as mentioned, it provides permitting deadlines or shot clocks for communities to permit new wireless facilities. The 2020 order clarified wireless facilities and the shot clocks as they relate to eligible facility requests, which are modifications to an existing wireless communication facility. Both of these orders continue the FCC's current direction that local governments expedite and streamline wireless facility permitting in order to provide for more swift deployment of 5G technology. While the FCC direction is to expedite the deployment of wireless facilities and speed to which 5G is available, the city is also aware of the challenges the community is facing with internet connectivity due to COVID. With the coming 5G network, many providers are waiting to invest in upgrading their technology until the city's code can provide for it. The city has been working on revisions to its wireless communication facilities code since December of 2019. Initially, the code was developed by reviewing other wireless codes from neighboring jurisdictions and taking best practices or favored elements and building a code that works for the city. During the summer of 2019, the public was engaged in the process through a booth at the weekly farmers market and a web page on Connect Sammamish. The wireless industry was also engaged and provided the draft code for their comment. Planning Commission was then briefed on the draft code at 4 work sessions from September 2019 to January 2020. The Planning Commission then held a public hearing on the amendments on February 6, 2020. The chapter was originally set to go to the City Council on April 4th, 2020, but due to the COVID-19 outbreak, that meeting was pushed to the fall. And during that pause in the legislative review process, the project team identified that additional changes to the code were needed. The changes stem partly from an increased need for fast, reliable internet that the city has been seeing, as well as changes to reduce staff processing time and make the code more efficient for permitting. The changes to the chapter were summarized and presented to the Planning Commission on October 1st, 2020 and November 5th, 2020. And then on December 17th, the Planning Commission opened the scheduled public hearing and heard public comment. However, there was a technical issue and the public hearing was then suspended. On January 21st, the Planning Commission was able to continue the public hearing, deliberated and heard public comment before voting 6-0 to recommend to the City Council that the Chapter 21A56 be amended. I'm now going to describe the main changes you'll find in the new Wireless Communication Facilities Code as compared to the city's existing code and the previous draft code that was considered. One of the main changes contained within the new draft FMC 21A56 is a table of uses that more clearly identifies where wireless communication facilities are permitted, conditionally permitted, or prohibited. The table is similar to the tables in FMC Title 21A, which provides internal consistency throughout the city's code and was a goal of city staff, and makes it easy to determine where wireless facilities are allowed. The draft code also includes several new permitting pathways, which streamlines the code and makes it easier for applicants and the public to understand. The code includes 4 permitting pathways. The first are exemptions, which include certain wireless facilities that were already exempt in the city's code, such as temporary wireless facilities, TV antennas, as well as providing for eligible facility requests. An expedited wireless use permit has been proposed that would be used for permitted small wireless facilities that meet all design standards. A standard wireless use permit is used for permitted small wireless facilities that are deviating from a design standard or for permitted macro cell facilities. And then a conditional use permit is used for small wireless facilities that are deviating from a design standard, a location standard, or a dimensional standard, or require SEPA review, and macro cell facilities that require a conditional use permit or cannot be cited using a standard wireless use permit. For conditional use permits, the applicant must also submit technical analysis demonstrating that it is technically infeasible to meet the design standard, that the applicant has evaluated co-location, and siting requirements would not allow the applicant to meet the network objective. In the first iteration of the draft code amendments, a lengthy set of design standards was included. The proposal you see before you includes a standalone document that will be adopted. The goal of the design standards document is to provide design parameters that offer flexibility for applicants as well as provide the city certainty over criteria that will impact its public realm. The design standards document is based off of other communities' adopted design standards and includes provisions for concealing wireless facilities, provides that wireless facilities shall not be lighted unless mounted on a light pole, requires landscaping around the facilities if they are located outside of the right-of-way, as well as just additional requirements for the design of towers and associated equipment. Importantly, this document is proposed to be a standalone document that will be referenced by the code as opposed to being a part of the code. This will make future changes to the design guidelines much easier to administer and will require a much simpler revision and review process. Once applications are received, these design guidelines will provide the city a baseline to build from, and future revisions to the design guidelines could be made as the city identifies characteristics of the resultant facilities that they would like to regulate. After developing the draft code, city staff asked us to look at several scenarios and beta test the code to illustrate how the permitting process would work and how easy or difficult the code is to administer. City staff came up with several scenarios based in real-world examples for us to look at. In the first example, we have a new small wireless facility that is mounted to an existing building in the CB zone. This is a permitted use, and the applicant would be eligible to apply for an expedited wireless use permit, provided that all requirements of the chapter are met, so height limits, spacing, design requirements. As an administrative decision, if approved, the director would issue the wireless use permit. In another example that's similar to the last, it's a new small wireless facility, but it's proposed to be located on an existing pole in the ozone. The applicant would need, again, to provide documentation that the antenna meets the requirements of this chapter, but if it does, then it would be eligible to apply for an expedited wireless use permit, and that would, again, be an administrative decision that the director would issue. This is also similar to the last example. This is a new small wireless facility that is proposed to be sited on a PSE utility pole. In this case, it is also eligible for an expedited wireless use permit, but a franchise agreement and right-of-way use permit are required for wireless communication facilities siting within the right-of-way. In this example, a freestanding small wireless facility is proposed to be located on a new pole in the R8 zone. A wireless-only pole might look something like the photo on the slide. In this case, it requires a conditional use permit. The facility needs to meet the requirements for small wireless facilities as well as the conditional use permit requirements. Notice would be required to be given to all adjacent property owners. In this example, we have a macro cell facility. So this is a facility that is larger than a small wireless facility, and it is going to be co-located with an existing wireless communication facility. This is a permitted use and would require a standard wireless use permit. For macro facilities, notice is required to be sent to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the facility. In this example, we have a macro cell facility on a new tower, so it is not going to be co-located and it needs to exceed the maximum height requirement as part of its service requirements due to trees. This would be a permitted use, however, as the height doesn't comply with the height requirements of the code, it requires a conditional use permit. The facility needs to meet the requirements for macro cell facilities as well as the conditional use permit requirements. And again, for macro cell facilities, notice is required to be sent to all property owners within 1,000 feet of the facility. The last example I have for you, we have a replacement of an antenna for an existing wireless communication facility that is located on a PSE pole. This would constitute an eligible facilities request provided that it does not substantially change the dimensions of the tower. It is a permitted use and eligible to receive an exemption from the wireless use permit. The city would issue an exemption letter if the replacement constitutes an eligible facilities request. To wrap up, I also want to note just a few cleanup items. The city will need to amend a few additional sections of the Sammamish Municipal Code. There is an error in the table of contents currently shown in the numbering of the code, which we will resolve before the City Council takes action on the ordinance. We will also be repealing SMC 21A55 and replacing it with the draft code. So this will now be SMC 21A56. We also need to repeal certain definitions in 21A15 and clean up the table of uses in 21A20-100 and 21B20-100, as definitions and allowed uses are all contained now within SMC 21A56. And all of these amendments will be addressed and provided to the City Council prior to their action on the ordinance in April. So with that concludes my presentation, and I am here available for any questions that the Council may have.
Excellent. We do have some questions. We have got Council. Let's start with Councilmember Stewart.
Yes, thank you. That was a very thorough presentation. I really appreciate it. I did want to see if you could clarify a little bit. You talked about a design document that would be separate from the SMC, and I was wondering if you could just give us a little bit more information about what would be contained in there. I get that provides you guys with a little more flexibility, but it also means that it is not, in fact, part of the code. So I just want to kind of understand the balance that we're trying to strike there between what we actually put in the code and what is outside the code, which I guess, you know, would be maybe a little bit trickier in certain situations. So if you could just talk a little bit more about that, that would be awesome.
Sure, absolutely. I believe the draft wireless facility design standards were included as part of the council's packet. But again, this was proposed originally to be included within the city's municipal code, and it resulted in a very lengthy code that was difficult for applicants and the city staff to be able to kind of wield through. So having the standalone document, it will be codified into the city's municipal codes that would require that any amendments to the standalone document go through city council approval. And the benefit of doing it this way, city staff are then able to provide this design document to applicants. And as city staff works through revisions to the design document based off of the types of wireless facilities that the city is seeing that result from the code and the design guidelines, city staff would only, the city would only need to amend the design documents and wouldn't need to go back and actually amend the ordinance. But just to be very clear, any changes to the design document would require city council action.
Okay, sorry, you lost me there at the end because I thought you said that it's really just pulling out parts of the code in a standalone document to make it easier to use. And you said that any changes would have to be codified in code, but then you also said that you could make changes to the standalone document. So I'm sorry if I got a little bit confused there.
Sure. Yeah. Let me. I'll try to clarify. So any amendments to the design document would need to go through city council approval, but you wouldn't need to open up the entirety of SMC 21A56. So you would just be making amendments specifically to the design document. So it just kind of limits the scope of the amendments that you would be considering in the future. And the type of information that was pulled out and put in the design guidelines are things relevant to, say, the color that wires needed to be painted if they were attached to a PSE pole. What type of landscaping is required at the base of a wireless facility. And then there are some requirements for just kind of the design of towers, how they, the finish of them, how they are, again, need to be painted and try to blend into the surrounding area. That just felt a little bit different than what we are proposing in SMC 21A56, which is really specific to what is the permit and where can it go.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Council, do we have any other questions? Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, we had a public comment earlier on by Mary Wichter. I'm wondering whether you guys heard that. She usually has some pretty well thought out ideas that always bear examination. I'm wondering if you heard that, if you could speak to her input on that public comment, please.
Yes, and yeah, Mary Wichter provided that comment to the Planning Commission, and it was an excellent comment that I know city staff wants to consider in potentially looking at for critical area code amendments. So the city's critical areas ordinance would regulate wildlife habitat, and we want to make sure that if you are going to be regulating that, you're doing it kind of across the board rather than just singling out these wireless facilities. So if the city decides to require, and I think one of the ideas was that if there is an existing habitat on a wireless tower, that they construct another habitat for that animal. That could be something that could be incorporated into the city's critical areas code and then would apply to wireless facilities. But it would also apply to any other structure that ends up getting replaced that had habitat on it.
Okay, if you can maybe provide us an update on that overall at some point when you come back in April, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Gamblin stole my question because that was what I wanted to ask about too. And I think if, I don't know, the photos that she showed appeared to be at Marymore Park, which is owned by King County, of course, and if we can just look to see what maybe they already have in place that may not be in particular to wireless facilities, but considering how much wildlife, and by that I mean, we have heron, and I don't know that I've seen osprey here, but I think sure photos showed some. Goodness knows we have bald eagles here, and I think we want to be very careful with that. So yeah, if there's a way to blend that into our code, I would be fully supportive of that.
Councilmember Treen.
Brittany, can you speak to what the current federal regulations are? I know this had, well, I know some stuff. So could you just speak to where we currently are at the federal level or the state level that might impact what we're doing here, please?
Yeah, absolutely. And I might tag in Eileen. She's been following that much more closely, but city staff did have legal review as part of this to make sure that the proposed code does comply with all of the FCC requirements. And it's kind of they're continually going back and revisiting some of those declaratory orders, as kind of mentioned, to clarify. Eileen, do you want to talk maybe a little bit about the status?
Sure. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Eileen Kiefer, Madrona Law Group. I've been working with staff on this since its inception in 2019. You are probably aware that there is significant federal overlay and, in fact, a decent amount of federal preemption of local ordinances regulating siting and what wireless infrastructure looks like. So we have the key piece here is a 2018 declaratory order that Brittany referenced. That really was a game changer and a sea change in how cities can regulate wireless infrastructure with the advent of 5G and just the deployment of small cells in particular, which is both 4G and 5G. With that declaratory order, the FCC, and as affirmed actually by the Ninth Circuit, said, look, the way we've been looking at this is changed. The technology has changed, and the way that local governments can regulate this has changed. We're not really looking at coverage anymore, and so it really abrogated cities' abilities to say, we're going to tell you where you could site your infrastructure. Rather, the emphasis now is cities, you can have, aesthetic control, aesthetic input, as long as you don't basically prohibit deployment of small cells and other infrastructure. So what we've seen is really a big change in the regulatory landscape at the federal level, has been upheld for the most part. Brittany said it beautifully, by the Ninth Circuit. I don't know how in-depth you'd like me to go. I mean, they get fairly nitty-gritty. There's safe harbors for fees. Brittany referenced there's 3 different sets of shot clocks for permitting decisions. And so what you see with the federal regulations is almost I hate to use the term micromanaging approach, but it's much more granular than you would normally expect federal regulations when they're telling cities, here's what your local ordinances can look like.
So that leads me, so the Growth Management Act allows us as a city to, in a sense, plan our city the way we would like our city to be. So how much is this regulation like taking that away from us, in your opinion?
I think more so than perhaps other areas, especially when we're talking about land use. I feel like when we're talking about land use, whenever I'm talking to my clients about land use, I'm usually saying the opposite of, we have lots of options, right? We have options A, B, and C, or, D, E, and F even. But with the federal regs, a lot of times you're in very much more narrow lanes. So it's more like, I might tell Brittany and Evan and David, we have 2 options. It's A and B. And by the way, options A and B have to be done within 60 to 90 days or whatever the applicable shot clocks are. So I would agree that the federal regs really restrict the cities a lot more on these fronts than you would with traditional land use regulations.
Thank you very much. My next question is for David Pyle, then, I believe. So David, and maybe it's someone else, but David Pyle, my question is what is the Planning Commission has been looking at this for quite some time, and in April, is that when we're going to get their recommendation, or is this going to be something that when that comes to us in April, we could kick it back to them?
So to answer that, the Planning Commission has spent quite a bit of time looking at this. We've made some pretty significant changes to it over time as we've learned more, both from the industry, from individuals offering public comments, members of the community offering public comment, as well as perspectives of the planning commissioners themselves. Also have had great assistance from the staff team here, the consultant team, and the Planning Commission has already made a recommendation to the City Council. It's actually attached to the agenda bill for this evening, and that is available for your review. Happy to talk about it offline if you have any specific questions. Also happy to field any further questions at the next meeting when we'll be talking about it with you again. But what really happened here was we learned a lot about what we wanted to have included in the code and how we wanted to regulate these facilities given the narrow lane that we're in, as Eileen said. And what we identified is we really want to regulate where something can go and how it looks and feels. We also wanted to make sure that when it was being placed in a location in the city that might impact someone who lives near it, that they're made aware of it and that there's public notification on that front. So those are all things we felt were really important is where can it go? How does it look and feel? And how do people know when it's going to be put there? And what options do they have to engage, if any? There are some instances where you're putting in a pretty simple facility. It's mostly just to make them aware that it's happening. It isn't really setting up opportunity for a local appeal to the hearing examiner or something like that, because that would then preclude our ability to meet the shot clock. So while we're trying to regulate where it can go, what it can look and feel like, and who knows, providing notification, we're also at the same time in the background consciously aware of limitations that are placed on us by the federal government in what we can and cannot do. So we're trying to navigate all these things and ultimately get a product that is what I'll call patterned in the city. It looks pretty much the same in throughout the city. We're not going to get facilities that vary widely in their design and how they look and feel and where they're placed. That's really what the goal is here. We were confronted with the simple fact that we can't stop the deployment of these facilities in the city. We're confronted with the fact that we can't regulate the type of equipment that they're using. We can't regulate wireless communication frequencies, but we can regulate where it can go generally, and we can regulate how it looks and feels generally, i.e. when it's camouflaged, is it painted, how big is it? So we're trying to get some consistency in order to maintain our community character so that we don't end up with, bundles of wire everywhere that look differently. And, you've all seen those parts of some cities where you kind of wonder how the wired infrastructure evolved because there's a lot of wire in the air.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mayor. I'm done.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
Mayor, if I could add one thing.
Sure.
I just wanted to also point out, it was raised by Eileen that we will also need to update our fee schedule. So we will be coming back with a partner amendment related to our fee schedule. So I wanted you to be aware of that. We are restricted in the type of fee we can collect as well as part of the federal rulings. So just want you to be aware of that. That will be another item that will come your way.
Okay, so you'll be bringing this back, I believe, at next meeting or the meeting after, correct? Oh.
Evan, can you outline when this comes back?
Yeah, we're scheduled to come back for a public hearing on April 6th.
Yep, so I believe that's the meeting after. Yep, excellent. Okay, any other questions? I believe then that we are done. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, and I think Dave, I think you're with us for a bit here, aren't you? Okay.
Mary, can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, I heard somebody, but I don't know who it was and what they said.
It's the same thing I put in the comments. Can we just take a 5-minute break, please?
Okay, so it is, yeah, it's about, I have like 7 minutes to 9 o'clock, so let's reconvene at 9 o'clock. All right, see everybody at 9. Okay, Council, I think we have everybody back. Okay, the next up on our agenda this evening is the authorization of the City of Bellevue, and this has to do with Arch. And Mr. Pyle, is that you?
Yes, good evening, Mayor Moran. Again, David Pyle, Community Development. We are here tonight for agenda items number 9 and number 10, which will be a combined presentation related to the Arch Budget and Work Plan and the Arch Housing Trust Fund. With that, tonight we have Lindsay Masters, the Executive Director of Arch, as well as Miriam Leitner, the city's planning manager, to support this conversation. Lindsay will be giving a presentation, which, as I mentioned, is combined, and then we'll be turning it over to the council for questions on each of these items. Lindsay?
Great, thank you for having me. Oh, and it looks like someone has pulled up the presentation. Thank you, Miriam. So I will just dive right into the agenda. I know you have a lot on your plate this evening. Go to the next slide, Miriam. We're going to give you a high-level overview of our work program and budget for the year. Take a step back and talk a bit about the Housing Trust Fund program, some of the past accomplishments over the last few decades been in existence, and then talk about the specific funding recommendations that are before you this evening. And we can move on to the next slide. So just diving right into the work program and budget, we adopted this, or our executive board adopted this particular work program and budget last May at the height of figuring out what the pandemic was turning into. So there was a lot of uncertainty about what 2021 would look like, and the board I think wisely took a conservative approach to simply try to maintain our core programs and services and be able to hold our members harmless from any increase in our operational expenses. All the member dues at their 2020 level. And then we were seeking some additional ways to try and fill the gap by establishing a new administrative fee. And then the work program itself, as we've done the last couple of years, we requested direction from the board on our most significant priorities. The work program itself is quite long. There's a lot in there that's carried from year to year. So it really helps us know kind of what's our highest priorities, what we want to focus on. Stewardship of the existing affordable housing that our member cities have created over the last few decades needs to be a really high priority for us. Recently been able to add some capacity in that area, which was critically needed for us. We are also hoping to be able to establish regional goals for the Eastside so that we can begin measuring and showing our progress on how well we're doing in producing and preserving affordable housing. And then a few other significant things. We are
going through a process now with a consultant that we've had an opportunity to partner with through a grant from the county, also together with the Housing Development Consortium, to look at what is our current functions and capacity, what future options for growing our capacity might be potentially in partnership with additional jurisdictions who may be interested in relationships with ARCH, potentially up to full membership. So that's a process we're going through now, and that's also helping just to kind of flesh out the work we did the past couple of years, looking at some of our monitoring functions and where we needed to grow some of those and keep up with the responsibilities that fall into our work program. And then, of course, we're always continuing to look for opportunities to advance projects that are going to create more significant affordable housing on the east side. Go to the next slide. So moving to the Housing Trust Fund, we wanted to include here some general information about the program for council members who hadn't had many years of seeing these recommendations come through from year to year. But it's been a significant program, but probably the most important program in terms of creating affordable housing on the east side. It has been successful in creating a wide variety of types of housing for many different populations and different locations. You can go to the next slide. And over the years, we've developed a set of high-level investment principles that have driven many of the investment decisions over the years. I won't go through every single one here, but one of the significant ones for us is that we are leveraging local dollars. We know that they are scarce resources, and so we seek to bring in other public and private funds into the projects that we choose to support so that you get a maximum return on your local investment. We are also constantly striving to make sure that we are creating housing choices not concentrated in any one neighborhood or city, but broadly throughout the region. We do have a citizen advisory board that's been really important in helping to shape all the recommendations before they come to you. They're wonderful community members who volunteer their time to help give us not only their professional expertise, but their knowledge and understanding of the community context in which projects are being developed. And then finally, we also really prioritize and view these project investments as long-term, so we care about their sustainability. And that's another body of work that's become even more important as this program has grown. Go on, next slide. This gives you a snapshot of the locations of the many projects that have been funded over the years. As you can see, I mentioned the geographic distribution. It's also been an important program to complement many of the land use and incentive projects that have also helped to create affordable housing integrated within other mixed income developments. We can move on. I have a few slides here just sharing some data with you that we've begun to collect on the households who have been able to live in the projects supported with the Housing Trust Fund investments. It has become a really important housing resource for people with significantly lower incomes than the median incomes. The majority of households are earning less than 30% of the median income. And there's a chart here that shows you by household size what that means in terms of an annual income. Next slide. There's a significant number as well of families and individuals who have found housing in these projects who are coming from homeless situations, as well as a significant share of households who are single parents. Next slide. And then this slide shows you a comparison in the racial and ethnic backgrounds of residents of these developments compared with the broader renter population in East King County. And so you see a significant share of households that have a head of household that's a person of color and Hispanic households as compared with the broader population. Next slide. Moving on to the specific funding recommendations that we are requesting your approval for tonight. The first is a project located in the Eastside neighborhood that will be a permanent supportive housing project undertaken through a partnership with Plymouth Housing and Horizon Housing Alliance. The request for funding is and recommendation for funding is $500,000. The population that will be served are homeless single adults that will be living in studio units, and then there are some additional units for live-in staff. There's a really important partnership that's underway as a part of this development with Congregations for the Homeless and Sophia Way to be able to make sure that the men and women who have been finding shelter with the shelter programs on the east side are able to find a pathway into permanent housing at this development. Next slide. We wanted to share with you some specific details about the housing model that this building will employ. It's called permanent supportive housing. It's not a housing model that we have created on the east side yet, and it's sort of a gap in our system. There are, for example, individuals served by Congregations for the Homeless and Sophia Way that have
go all the way down.
Excuse me. Anyway, so just the key features of this model, it is a permanent long-term housing model, no time limits or expectations of moving on. The most important thing is that there is intensive wraparound supportive services that are provided with the housing, and that those are designed to meet the level of need for the individual served. There's some building features that are unique to this housing model to make sure that it works, including sort of secure entry with 24-hour staffing, making sure the property has designated space so that there's room for delivery of services, as well as significant room for community building. There's a large research base that has developed over the years that has studied this housing model and that has shown it has been successful in ensuring housing retention for the population, improved health outcomes, and broadly speaking, overall cost saving as compared with other types of interventions solutions, such as shelter and emergency room visits. Next slide. Another important feature about this is it is part of a broader campus, and that is co-located with 2 additional developments that we have provided previous funding for, one being the Eastside Men's Shelter that is being developed by Congregations for the Homeless, so that they will be able to move from their temporary location, Bellevue, to a permanent home here. And then another component of the development, which would be a workforce housing development. Next slide. The second recommendation here is the Sama Senior Apartments project. This may be familiar to you. We provided previously some funding for the acquisition of the property in the previous funding round, and they're coming back here to complete the financing to be able to do the full build out of the development. This is being undertaken by Imagine Housing. The funding request was also for $500,000. So it would be a total award of $1.25 million between the 2 funding rounds. They will be able to provide 76 studio units, which is a growth from what we had seen in the previous proposal, in part because of some zoning changes made by the city of Bothell. This has been an important project for the city of Bothell, and so they've also been working hard to make sure that they're able to accommodate as much housing here as possible. Next slide. Now we're on the final project, which is the Horizon at Totem Lake project, another partnership with Inland and Horizon Housing Alliance. This is a project that is in an earlier stage of development, but had an opportunity to pursue a significant site in the Totem Lake neighborhood, and have a possibility here of leveraging not only some of the typical funding sources that we see, such as low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds, but also pursuing some potential partnerships with Microsoft to participate and create additional middle-income housing. So the request here is for $4 million. We were able to entertain this request because of some significant funding provided by the city of Kirkland. One thing to note is that this has been designed somewhat in the spirit of the Together Center redevelopment, which is another successful project that we've supported in the past and that has finally gotten underway. Next slide. This just gives you a high-level snapshot, again, of those other funds that we anticipate ARCH funds will be leveraging, even greater, I think, than our historic rate of leverage, which has been about 10 to 1. Across these developments, we anticipate being about 3% of the project finance. And next slide. This here gives you the detailed breakdown of all of the contributions across the ARCH member jurisdictions, with the Sammamish request coming to $155,800. And that, I believe, is the final slide, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I did have a question. It was on the needs that we have currently for the men's shelter. So I was glad to see that the men's shelter was on your slide, and to see that. And then also, I had a question actually regarding mostly, I guess, the senior apartments. When you put in the senior apartments in the different locations, how do you base, are they care apartments or are they open apartments? So are they a care facility sort of apartment, or are they open apartments based on income?
I think I'm understanding the question. The senior development is an independent living.
Okay.
It will be open to the general public, but will have income restrictions.
And is it based on like 30%, 50%, 80%? I mean, what, as you have different apartments?
The income restrictions will be 50% of median income.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Stewart, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. Could you put that last slide back up? And could you just explain to the public kind of how you come up with the amount that each city is contributing?
Yeah, it's somewhat of a confusing system to explain, often because we are coming to you with two different asks at the same time. So typically each year we go to cities and ask, what are you planning to contribute to the trust fund? So in your annual budget process, you will decide how much you want to put in the program for that year. We will then conduct a funding round, develop all the recommendations, finalize them, and then bring them back to you. And we base the allocation across cities basically based on what you contributed into the program to begin with. So a pro rata distribution based on your available balance.
Okay, I'm curious, like, how do we get the information? Because I know that there are, different ways that people contribute, right? And like you said, you're coming to us with two different asks, just to get a sense of total contributions, because I know, like the city of Sammamish, at one point we contributed land for the Habitat for Humanity. So there are other ways that cities contribute other than even just these two requests. Where could one find the information to know sort of historically how much have cities contributed in totality to affordable housing?
We've tracked that over the years and would be happy to provide that as a follow-up.
Oh, that would be great. I would love that. I know you mentioned as one of your goals geographic equity, and I know how important it is that we provide opportunities to people in what are considered high opportunity cities and high opportunity neighborhoods. And I know it's so critical. I recently saw a presentation by a doctor, and I can't remember his name at the moment, who was talking about 50 to 60% of what determines how successful you will be and your ability to sort of move from, say, a low income or a challenging situation into a better situation comes from the place where you grow up and the opportunities you have based on place. So I think it's so important that we do make sure we are providing these housing opportunities all across the East Side and in all the cities, because it's not just the housing. I mean, obviously, housing is so critical, and we know that when kids don't have housing stability, it makes things like learning and school nearly impossible for them. But beyond that, there are so many other opportunities that come with where you grow up and where those opportunities exist. So thank you for the work that you do. I would love to see some of those numbers historically in terms of the total numbers that cities have contributed throughout the years. I'm glad that we can participate and contribute. I would love to see us contribute a lot more. I think that based on the situations of the last year, I think that the housing situation is going to get a lot more dire. Sadly, as things start to improve from COVID, when rent and mortgage moratoria are lifted, this crisis could become a bit as big of an epidemic as COVID itself. So I'm hopeful that we can all chip in and do our part and recognize how lucky we are. And there are so many who are not. And I wanted to also point out that even those families that are at the 30% AMI, those are families that are working potentially full-time above minimum wage, and they're only making, $36,000 a year and trying to afford housing in this area. And if you just think about that for a moment and how challenging it must be, not just to provide housing, but to provide for your family on a number like that. And that is, again, above the minimum wage. So I just really feel for people and the situations that they may find themselves in. So thank you.
Council members, is there anybody who has any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat box.
So, Mayor Moran, we do have two asks of the council here. We have two resolutions. One is a resolution approving the 2021 budget and work plan program for ARCH, and the other is a resolution authorizing the City of Bellevue as the administering agency of the Coalition for Affordable Housing to execute agreements as recommended by the ARCH Executive Board.
Okay.
So moved.
Mayor, I'd be happy to make those motions that we approve.
I think we need to separate them.
Okay, I would like to move that we approve the $100,000 contribution to the ARCH Trust Fund.
Okay. Okay, we have a first and we have a second. And we have, and Councilmember Treen, you were... Okay.
So I was going to speak to my motion and really just say it is literally the least we can do. So.
Okay. So, Councilmember Treen, I know that you had.
I'm good. We're doing the second one first, and then we'll come back to the first one.
All right. So we've got. Okay, we're doing the second one first. So this is, hang on, let me get on your slide here.
I pulled up the screen showing the resolution that you're considering.
Okay, this is resolution, and I can pull it up here. Resolution R2021. And we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor?
I'm in the chat.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you just appeared. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to clarify because I'm struggling to find it here. I just want to be sure that that's what was budgeted for. I'm scrolling through this. I'm just not seeing it. Can someone verify that that's what we budgeted for?
So we have, go ahead, Miriam.
Sorry, David. So this is actually utilizing funds that are in our trust fund account. So it's not the ones that you would be having the budget for 2021. It's actually using funds from 2019 and 2020.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Okay, then hearing no other questions, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now going back to the first, Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, the city should approve the resolution authorizing Arch's 2021 work program and administrative budget.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion?
I have a
Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, do you, for the funds that you need to complete that work plan, do you have the secured funding from all of the other cities? Like, is there a chance that you may come up short in the money that you need?
We have not heard from anybody that they're concerned about that. We have most of the approvals done. There are, I think, a couple left to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It also passes unanimously. Excellent. Perfect, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is the updates on the King County Urban Growth Capacity Study. Oh, no,
Mayor Moran,
sorry. Oops, I almost crossed you out. I crossed you out on my page. Didn't mean to do that.
I believe this item number 11 is going to be handled by Mike Sugg and Miriam Leitner. I'll turn it over to them.
All right.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and Mr. City Manager Mike Sugg, Senior Management Analyst here, joined by Miriam Leitner, Planning Manager for Community Development. And this agenda item is to discuss how the City Council would like to allocate revenue from the Affordable Housing Sales Tax. As background, the Affordable Housing Sales Tax was approved by the state legislature in 2019 through approval of House Bill 1406. It was designed to be collected as a credit against the state's share of local sales tax, so it didn't increase the tax burden on residents, but rather it cut into revenue otherwise going to the state. In late 2019, the council adopted the sales tax to begin collection on January 1st, 2020. The Department of Revenue caps the city's collection at about $53,000 annually, and that cap was hit this last year. The credit is effective for 20 years, meaning that the maximum the city will collect is about $1.1 million. So we've begun collecting the tax, but haven't yet determined where the revenue will be allocated, and that's what we're trying to determine here tonight. So the state allows the money to be used in three ways. The first would be to construct, acquire, or rehabilitate affordable housing. The second would be to fund the operations and maintenance costs of new affordable housing. And the third would be to provide rental assistance. And regardless of the use, the funding must serve residents at or below 60% of the city's area median income. In the agenda bill, staff outlined three potential options for the city's use of the funding. The first would be to direct the revenues to Arch's Housing Trust Fund, and this is likely the most effective method for addressing affordable housing needs, and it's consistent with a recommendation from the King County Affordable Housing Committee, which encouraged cities to pool resources to ensure enough funding is available to make an impact in the realm of capital funding. This funding can be added on top of the city's current annual contribution to the trust fund, or it could offset a portion of it to free up funds for use elsewhere. And to approve this option, the council would adopt the resolution included as Exhibit 1 in your packet tonight. The second option would be to direct the direct the funds to a nonprofit that provides rental assistance. Rita Bod, our Senior Human Services Coordinator, reached out to the rental assistance providers to see whether they could manage these funds. HopeLink said they would be able to manage them and has done so for the city of Shoreline. While this option provides an effective stopgap measure to help address the immediate needs, it does not address the longer-term need for affordable housing in the area. And to approve this option, the council would adopt the resolution included as Exhibit 2. The third option is for the city to develop a local affordable housing project, either on its own or through a public-private partnership. And staff assumed this option was not in the cards right now due to the limited funding available over the 20-year lifespan of the tax credit and the additional resources and capacity that would be needed to identify, purchase, build, and manage affordable housing units. So those are the options staff identified for using the funds consistent with state law. The council could also customize things a bit, for example, splitting the revenue between the options or doing one option on some years and another in other years. With all that said, staff are looking for the council's direction this evening on how to allocate this 20-year affordable housing sales tax revenue. I will stop there and hand it back to the mayor.
Okay, this one ought to be, this one's going to bring us some questions, I'm sure. So, oh, there we go. Okay, so first question, Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I actually don't have a ton of questions. I would like to make a motion that we allocate the money according to option 1. I think that the King County affordable housing, like the Joint Task Force or whatever, has been doing really great work. And if that is their recommendation, then I think that that is the logical choice for us to allocate our funding at this time, because the more we can pool those funds and make the best decisions as a region, the better off we're going to do in terms of solving this crisis as a region.
I second that.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, well, I'm just, the only thought that I had was for the first year or two coming out of COVID, I think that we're going to have a lot of people that might need rental assistance. I agree with you that that's where it belongs long term, but I was just wondering about if we needed to do a year or something to help people, our residents, because if we look at what our residents, not the rest of the county, but our residents are going to need over the next year, it's going to be rental assistance. And so I was just wondering if we don't want to try to help our residents over the next year, and then, perhaps then we can, turn the rest of the years over to ARCH. But that was just one suggestion. Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, you raise a really great point, and I would say that I would likely agree with you, except for the fact that we have the CARES funding that we could allocate to the rental assistance and take care of that need, I think, in the short term. So while I don't disagree at all with your point about the need for rental assistance, I think we have funding available to be able to handle that and to really start pouring this money directly into a longer term solution. So I think we can actually do both this year.
Okay.
But I appreciate your concern for that, because I think you're spot on.
Okay. Councilmember Treen.
I just had a comment because I was thinking similar to you, Madam Mayor, was that this year the money, I would feel more comfortable with the money going to rental assistance, and then following next year would contribute then to the ARCH program for the longer term plan. And my thinking there was just to meet the immediate need that, 58 people in the city of Sammamish would need our help. So, thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the motion on the floor. I think it's important to note that if we were to, I don't know that we would be able to exclusively do Sammamish residents with the money if we did rentals. What I saw in the agenda bill was that it goes to somebody like HopeLink, and HopeLink doesn't just service our city, and I'm not suggesting that we only help our residents, because by giving it to Arch, we're helping other residents in other places. So I just want to make that clear. But I think I'm supportive of option 1 and the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Sugga's got a comment for us.
So Rita is on the line, and she's the one who had the conversation with HopeLink. Rita, could you clarify,
Sure.
Would this funding go specifically towards Sammamish residents?
Yes, so we spoke to HopeLink and spoke to the Director of Financial Assistance Programs there, and hypothesized that if we did have 50,000, would we be able to apply that to residents in Sammamish? And she says absolutely that they would be able to provide the full amount to specifically Sammamish residents. So they would definitely be able to use that money for Sammamish residents only.
Thank you for that clarification.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Ross.
We are all thinking the same thing with regard to rental assistance, but how to solve it is a different solution, I think, in all our minds. There's a pool of money coming out of the county for rental assistance that I'm aware of, and we need to help our residents understand how to tap into that. Maximizing Arch's effectiveness is pooling the money and resources. So that's why I support this motion, and I also am mindful that and Councilmember Stewart mentioned something I didn't even think about, is potential utilization of our CARES funds as well for rental assistance. So we have the county, we have our some parts of our CARES funding for rental assistance, so we're not forgetting about that. We're doing that, putting the money in the pool with others that likely is the direction of other jurisdictions will help make a bigger impact with that funding.
Okay, so we have got the motion on the floor, and we have, I guess, the two mindsets. So very good. You covered them well in the two motions. Okay, so but we have got motion 1 on the floor, and that is for the money to go to Arch. So if there's no more discussion, we have got motion 1 on the floor. All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, so I don't know what that, okay, so can you do a roll call on that one, because I don't know.
4-2.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Mayor Moran?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Malchow?
Aye.
Councilmember Ken Gamblin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ross?
Aye.
Councilmember Stewart?
Aye.
Councilmember Treen?
Nay.
Okay, so it's 4-2. Okay, motion passes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
This is David Pyle. I've been made aware that there was a bit of a misfire in the motion for resolution on item number 10 for this evening related to the Housing Trust Fund. And I wanted to point out that the resolution that was attached to the agenda bill was the incorrect resolution. Somehow we got the two confused. In item number 11, the resolution ended up in item number 10. So I wanted to clarify that the resolution that was passed for item number 10 on tonight's agenda is in fact the resolution that I'm bringing up on my screen here. And I just want to make sure for future record keeping that this is something we've addressed. So the resolution that I'm showing here is a resolution of the City of Sammamish, Washington, authorizing the duly appointed administering agency for ARCH to execute all documents necessary to enter into agreements for the funding of affordable housing projects as recommended by the ARCH Executive Board, utilizing funds from the city's ARCH Housing Trust Fund.
Okay.
Do we need to vote again, just to clarify that, David, or?
I think Lita. When I read the motion, I only read the R2021, so do you need clarification of that?
Okay.
From my perspective, it's helpful to clarify that this was.
Okay, so we're gonna read it again with the. Okay. So we're going to go back again, and we're going to go back to the resolution that is on the screen for number 10, and it is Resolution 2021-907.
I make a motion that we pass this resolution as written and shown on the screen.
Second.
Okay, we have a first, we have a second. Any questions, discussion? Okay. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Excellent.
Thank you, Council, and I apologize for the misfire with the screen share.
Okay, then the next we have got is the King County Urban Growth Capacity Study. And I believe that is that's you, Mr. Pyle?
That is, I'm back again. David Pyle, Community Development. So the next topic on the agenda for tonight is item number 12, and this is the King County Urban Growth Capacity Study. Tonight, Miriam Leitner, our planning manager, will discuss with you the final phase of the Urban Growth Capacity Study before handing it off to myself to discuss Sammamish's 2019 to 2044 growth target and the Growth Caucus process and where we currently stand with that. I'll turn it over to Miriam.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to quickly share my camera to say hi and then turn it off so that I preserve my nice internet, which will hopefully continue. Okay, so we wanted to start tonight by showing something that you've seen before, which we thought might be a helpful reminder since there's so many individual processes that are occurring here at the same time. The yellow line that you see on screen shows where we currently are in the various processes as the state and our region aim to accommodate growth in a coordinated and intentional way. And here's a more detailed view of where we are. Aside from their start date, the Urban Growth Capacity Study and the work related to the countywide planning policies, or CPPs, which includes our growth target, or growth targets, have identical timelines with drafts ready for public comment by early April. After this, the Growth Management Planning Council is going to consider edits to both of the projects in May, and if all goes as planned, they'll approve the final versions in June. Then the Urban Growth Capacity Study report and the CPPs will go to the King County Council for approval in the third quarter of 2021 and to cities for ratification towards the end of the year. Before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge the very short timeline that you've been given to consider the information that we're going to be going over tonight. When we last met on the Urban Growth Capacity Study, we were told that Phase 4 would be released to cities in the fall of 2020, but that got delayed and the city didn't receive the Phase 4 templates and guidance until February 4th, and we've been given a deadline of March 5th to submit it back to King County. So it's taken us several weeks and multiple meetings with the county to understand the approach that they've taken, how their formulas work, and also analyze the different options that we're presenting to you tonight. So we understand that this is not an ideal timeline, and we wanted to thank you in advance for taking the time to review everything that we've put together. Speaking of everything that we've put together, I just want to warn you that the information we're sharing tonight is complex and really heavy on math and numbers, and I know it's late, so you may want to send out an SOS for someone to bring you some coffee as we go ahead and get started. Just a reminder that the King County Urban Growth Capacity Study started back in 2019. Phase 1 included an evaluation of permit and GIS data to identify the densities achieved in Sammamish between 2012 and 2018. Phase 2 and Phase 3 looked at our land capacity here in Sammamish so that the county could better understand what may be developable over the next 20 years. In Phase 4, we're going to reduce the land capacity by applying market factors, and we'll also be identifying a ratio to convert our non-residential capacity into projected new jobs. To do this, I'll be sharing several different options for you to consider and to provide feedback on so that staff can submit the required documents to King County by the March 5th deadline. Keeping track of all the different phases of the Urban Growth Capacity Study can be really confusing, so I wanted to provide a visual to clarify how the phases related to land capacity work together. So we started with a data set provided to us by King County, which included all parcels in Sammamish based on the 2019 King County assessor data. In Phase 2, we removed critical areas as well as areas with major barriers to sewer access. We also removed land that was considered less likely to redevelop, such as parks, schools, golf courses, and other categories. Then in Phase 3, we reduced the land capacity by applying a percentage discount for public purpose areas like stormwater facilities as well as right-of-way areas. And now in Phase 4, we'll be reducing the land capacity for the final time with market factors to reflect landowner preference to not develop or the inability to develop. Before we get started, we wanted to share a quick reminder about the general approach of the King County Urban Growth Capacity Study. Cities have to follow the process as directed by King County so that the county can better compare jurisdictions, apples to apples, not apples to oranges. Secondly, the data provided by King County is designed to contribute to a high-level discussion around growth and isn't intended to be a parcel-by-parcel study. Finally, the process directs cities to use the most reliable existing data possible, not to create new data. Much of the Urban Growth Capacity Study data is generated from the King County Assessor's Office and the attributes as provided by the assessor. There's been one major change since we last presented on the Urban Growth Capacity Study, and that's related to sewer capacity. A few months after our presentation to y'all, we were informed by Sammamish Plateau Water that there were sewer capacity issues that would impact their ability to provide service moving forward. So we asked Sammamish Plateau Water to revise the response that they had previously submitted for Phase 2 of the Urban Growth Capacity Study, and also to provide a list of the impacted areas so that we could update our data and resubmit Phases 2 and 3 to King County. I want to note that we're still refining data with Sammamish Plateau Water, and what we're presenting tonight are our initial findings. We're working to clarify a few items over the next couple of days, primarily related to a couple of pipeline projects, including 2 in the town center, as well as a couple in the residential zones, and whether or not they're impacted by the sewer capacity issue. Because these are pipeline projects, they're not going to be showing up in the initial capacity data that I'm about to show you, but I will be explaining later on how these come into play. So after integrating the data from Sammamish Plateau Water, we found that approximately 96% of the impacted parcels had already been removed during previous phases of the analysis. However, there were 4% that needed to be removed due to the sewer capacity issue. And this, as you can see, had a dramatic impact on our capacity. So we wanted to start tonight by reviewing these changes because you're going to see the impacts as we start to dive more deeply into the Phase 4 work. Again, we may be seeing some limited capacity return to town center depending on the clarification for the 2 projects in the pipeline, but these don't count towards the initial capacity, so they're not going to be included here. So on screen, you see the initial capacity for our residential zones prior to removing the areas impacted by the sewer capacity issue. You might be wondering why you see office, neighborhood business, and community business zones here. And this is because while these currently don't have any residential structures, our municipal code does allow for these uses, so that's why they've been included here. You'll see that the buildable area, which is the land supply with discounts taken for right-of-way and public purpose areas, is 487 acres. And this gives us an initial capacity based on our current zoning of 3,431 housing units. And here's the updated version with the areas impacted by sewer capacity issues removed. These changes are shown in red, and you can see that the buildable area had a 44% reduction. So now we're going to move on to non-residential capacity, and this is before the updates. We're showing over 3 million square feet of buildable area, which is approximately 72 acres, with an initial capacity of just over 1 million square feet, or around 24 acres. With the changes to address sewer capacity issues, we're showing a 62% reduction in our non-residential capacity. This means that when we talk about community business zones tonight, we're referring to the retail areas in Klahani and Pine Lake. And when we talk about the office zone, we're referring to one medical dental office condominium in the Pine Lake area. As you can see, these capacity issues create a unique challenge for the city because the issue is really between the sewer provider and King County, yet it impacts us, particularly because we're required to stay on schedule for major planning efforts, including the Urban Growth Capacity Study, the Regional Geography Caucuses, and the Comprehensive Plan Update. So right now, all we can do is document our findings and continue to stay up to date on the status of the issue and steps towards resolution. If the issue is not resolved by 2022, when we begin the periodic update of the comprehensive plan, we'll need to be sure that it gets integrated into our update. It's also going to be important that we plan for the future, knowing that there's potential that this issue could be resolved during the 20-year planning period, and that if it is resolved, it may have dramatic impacts on both the residential and non-residential markets here in Sammamish. On the flip side, if the issue isn't addressed, then it could possibly create a supply and demand issue here in the city and drive up interest in the market for the remaining land. So this is something to consider as we start to discuss the market factor. So now that we've gotten you up to date on all the changes, we're going to move on to why we're really here, which is market factor, the first step in phase 4 of the Urban Growth Capacity Study. Market factor is the percentage of buildable land that, due to market constraints, is unlikely to be developed during the 20-year planning period, and it helps account for landowner preference to not develop or the inability to develop property over the planning period, and it's applied to both residential and non-residential zones. Understanding market factor is a little confusing, so my personal trick is to channel the late 80s and think of Paula Abdul's opposites attract. What I mean is, when a high level of development is expected over the planning period, there's going to be a low market factor, and where development may be more difficult or slower, there would be a high market factor. King County enlisted the help of a consultant to assist in developing ranges of market factors so that cities could identify market factors that work best for their jurisdiction. Here you'll see the ranges for Sammamish's Vision 2050 category of cities and towns, as well as the high capacity transit category, just to provide a comparison. So these are the ranges for Sammamish that have been suggested by King County. You'll note that Sammamish doesn't have any industrial zones, so that's why you're not seeing anything in that category. So in a moment, I'm going to be showing you the different ranges and how they play out, but I wanted to start with the formula being used by King County for final capacity. The formula starts with our initial capacity, which is what we saw when looking at the sewer capacity changes. We then apply the market factor, which you'll be determining shortly. And then after this, any development in the pipeline is added based on data submitted in phase 2. And this is where those town center projects, as well as a few others, may be added in. For Sammamish, the majority of the development in the pipeline was preliminary plats and preliminary short plats that were under review but not yet finalized. So after you add in the development in the pipeline, you subtract the existing structures using King County assessor data, and you're left with final capacity. For residential zones, this is a pretty straightforward formula, but it gets a bit more complicated when looking at zones with non-residential buildings like the office and the community business zones. So to give you a glimpse into what's ahead in our conversation, I wanted to highlight the difference in the formula for those non-residential capacities. Because market factor impacts both residential and non-residential, the top formula here is the same, except that it looks at square feet instead of housing units. But there is a second step for non-residential, which is multiplying the final capacity by the employment density, and this is what gives us the final employment capacity. So on screen, you see 3 different scenarios. The first uses the highest market factor suggested by King County. So again, this means we'd be anticipating a very low level of interest in development. Applying a high market factor leaves us with a capacity of 752 dwelling units. The second scenario is a midpoint between the range provided by King County and leaves us with a total capacity of 873 units. The third scenario uses the lowest market factor suggested by King County, meaning we would anticipate a high level of interest in development, and leaves us with a capacity of 989 dwelling units. You'll see that for the R12 and R18 zones, no matter what the market factor is, the number is 0. And this is at the recommendation of King County due to the fact that we're showing a negative number in capacity for these zones, due to the fact that much of the existing housing in these zones is built at a higher density than what's currently permitted, most likely due to the fact that they were built when Sammamish was part of unincorporated King County, sorry. In terms of the office and community business zones, there's a few things to consider here. Remember that due to the sewer capacity issues for these conversations, the office zone is one property with a structure built in 1980, and the community business zones are the retail areas in Pine Lake and Klahani. Additionally, while you can't see it on the screen, there's an issue with the non-residential capacity for both office and community business zones. A market factor higher than 17% in the office zone and higher than 21% in the community business zone makes non-residential capacity in those zones negative, which then impacts our employment capacity. And I'll be talking a little bit more about that later. So just when you thought things couldn't get any more complicated, we thought we'd adjust the scenarios we just showed you so that you can see what making the change to market factor to address that non-residential capacity would look like. So as we continue to discuss employment density, you'll gain a better understanding of why these adjustments are important to consider. I know that was a lot of information already. And at the end of the presentation, we will be asking for your feedback on which market factor you'd like to use so that we can submit the required information to King County by Friday's deadline. So I wanted to
the last slide real quick, please.
So I just wanted to pause here and see if there's any questions around market factor before we continue on.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, so I guess a couple of questions. Number one, we have a Friday date, but we have an absolutely unknown situation that has a monumental impact on half of our city, which is the sewer capacity. So I'm wondering how we answer or how we issue our communication to the county when we are sitting on a potential time bomb that says half of the city, the north half of the city, is not going to have any ability to have their sewer certificates issued. So how do we do that? I have more questions also.
Sure. So we have been talking to the county when we were made aware of the sewer issue, and we did provide them with updated data removing those impacted parcels, and we'll have to follow up with them once we get clarity from Sammamish Plateau Water on those remaining ones. So they are aware of the situation. They also recommended that we include a memo just kind of detailing out the situation and include that with our submittal.
Okay, and kind of an add-on to that, as long as you're going to be communicating with Plateau Water, I'm wondering if you can maybe get an answer to a question that I have. So right now our single largest permit application is the Town Center Phase 1. From what I understand, the sewer certificates were issued for the Town Center Phase 1 in 2019. And I've also seen documentation that indicate that there was knowledge in 2019 that sewer capacity had already been reached. I'm wondering why were the certs issued for the Town Center Phase 1 if sewer capacity was known to be reached already? I'm wondering if we can have towns or if we can have Plateau Water address that question either to the council or in a written format so that we can understand how this happened?
This is David Pyle. I'll jump in here. That's definitely a great question. We've already asked them a similar question based on a data report that we got from them regarding the payment of sewer facility charges. And the way their current moratorium reads, if you have made a full payment for sewer facility charge, you are accepted from the moratorium. However, it looks upon review of the data set that we have that only a partial payment was made for those projects against the sewer facility charge. So we are questioning whether or not those projects are still subject to the moratorium. There are some notes in the data set that we have that indicates that typically they look for full payment of the sewer facility charge prior to the issuance of construction permits. So it's sort of an iterative, cumulative process with the water district where they first issue a sewer availability certificate for a land entitlement, and then as the entitlement works its way through the permit process, what they end up doing is actually collecting all of the fees towards the capacity charge, and then actually making the capacity available at the point of construction permit issuance. So we are seeking clarity on that with the district as to what exactly that means in line with your questioning. We will also ask the other question that you presented regarding written response about awareness of the capacity back in 2019.
That'd be great, David. And if we could get some type of documentation would be great, so that it's not just somebody saying one thing, that we actually can see the paper trail that was followed in the decision to issue those certificates, along with the same paper trail that shows what the knowledge of reaching capacity was, how those things operated on a parallel basis or not. I'd be very interested to see that. If you could ask that would be great. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Can I jump in here real quick, because we need to move to extend this meeting. So I'll make a motion to move to extend to 11 p.m.
Second.
Who was the second?
Councilmember Gamblin.
Okay, we have Deputy Mayor as the first, and we have Councilmember Gamblin as the second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Nay. I'm going to start early. Okay. Councilmember Gamblin, were you finished with your questions?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Madam.
Okay. Next, we have Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, one, I definitely agree with Councilmember Gamblin. I think we need to get information in writing, because I've certainly never heard that we knew we were out of capacity 2 years ago. So I think we definitely need to get that. As a matter of fact, my understanding of the situation is we aren't actually out of capacity. The challenges occur when we have rain. And so I think there's a couple of things going on, right? We are nearing the capacity limit, and I think, David, it would be great if we could actually get detailed numbers from Sammamish Plateau Water in terms of where exactly are we in terms of capacity, because when it's dry out, we don't seem to have a capacity issue. When it rains, we do, and that shouldn't be occurring, right? Last time I checked, the rainwater is not supposed to affect the sewer. And so I'm pretty sure that we don't all take longer showers on super rainy days, right? So I think there's a couple of issues going on. I also am curious, what's the guidance in terms of determining our capacity today over this 30-year planning period? Because my understanding is there are a number of potential resolutions. I think there were 7 alternatives that are being looked at to resolve the sewer capacity challenges. And I would correct Councilmember Gamblin that it is not half the city. It is a section of Sammamish Plateau Water which serves, part of our city. So it is not half of the city that has an issue. It's sort of a central strip there that has challenges. But I think it's really important that we understand. I don't think that whatever challenges are occurring is going to be an issue for 30 years. There are many possible solutions to this, some of which are shorter term and less expensive, and others of which could be longer term and more expensive. But certainly no one that I know of in King County or the Sammamish Plateau Water District is going to allow this to be an issue for 30 years. So I'd be curious to know why we would instantly take all of these numbers to zero, given that there are clearly resolutions to this that will come in less than a 30-year time frame.
Yeah, great question. So I want to be really clear that we base this on information we receive from the water district. So as part of the process during phase 2 and phase 3, which are data reporting, as you recall, the city is required to reach out to utility providers, service providers. The city, in this case, engaged the water and sewer districts, the public works department, the school districts, to ask about capacity and to ask about what gaps there might be on the horizon that might prohibit or preclude development from occurring in certain geographic areas. And what happened initially was the district provided a report back to us. We generated a survey, a questionnaire that went out to all of our service providers in order to provide uniform responses. And initially, the district came back with the report and said, no, there are no known gaps. We do have a potential issue with some capacity depending on a north diversion. However, that's unknown at this time. And then they came back in November and contacted us and said, hey, we have a significant gap in infrastructure, and we'd like to make sure you're aware of that, and we may need to revise the report that we provided to you. And what they did was they revised that questionnaire and provided a supplemental data set to that included a list of all of the parcels that are located in that geographic area. Those parcels were then zeroed out for capacity based on that report. They indicated that it is a 30-year problem and that they anticipate that it could take that long to fix. So if it is fixed earlier, what ends up happening is that's addressed in the comp plan. So that would be either we would write a comp plan that is recognizing and forward thinking about the fact that this could be solved earlier and would include contingencies in it around what happens if it is resolved. Or we would be required at that time, the time we're made aware that additional land is available for sewer capacity, to then revise the comp plan and then refile it with the state.
So let me see if I get this straight. So sewer certificates were issued for phase 1 of the town center, and we got a questionnaire from Sammamish Plateau Water saying that there were no known gaps, and then suddenly we are in a 30-year crisis. I guess I'm a little bit lost here.
So I, first of all, we base this information on what we get from the district. Mm-hmm. And I know the district has been working really hard to try and address some of the planning gaps between their planning efforts, which have always accounted for a project that the county had included in its long-term planning that was removed by the county. And suddenly they're left stranded without this north diversion that they had been depending on for capacity. Meanwhile, there are other issues, as you suggest, within the system called I&I. It's infiltration. Mm-hmm. And what happens is when it rains, water infiltrates into the pipes at joints, et cetera. It's a problem with all sewer systems. It's not unique to Sammamish. But when it does rain, there is water that infiltrates into the system, causing spikes in flows. So that's what you're referring to with regard to the rain. Mm-hmm. So the issue we have here is that this is a data collection exercise and reporting exercise on the city. It's not something that where we are studying and analyzing sewer capacity. We're basing it on what the district is telling us.
But that assumes that the only solution to the sewer capacity issue is the Northern Diversion Project, when there are, again, 6 other alternatives being looked at, one of which is a order of magnitude less expensive and much shorter term project of routing additional capacity to the south. So we already route much of our capacity down to the south. And so it would just be, so there are, again, I'm not a sewer expert, but I know that there are other options and that would not take anywhere near 30 years if in fact there is no other solution to continue to send the waste, if you will, to the north. So it just seems odd to me that, that they issued certificates and they filled out our questionnaire one way, and then suddenly there's no capacity and it's going to take 30 years to solve. So it just seems odd, and I can't imagine that anyone would say, well, there are 6 other options on the table and we're just going to sit here and do nothing for 30 years. And we would go to zero because of that.
As odd as that may seem, we're not in the position to question it either way. We receive the information. We're not the ones studying the 6 different solutions, nor are we the ones that have to figure out how to fund them or negotiate their implementation with the county. We are a counter agency, and we are basing this study here on information that we receive from that agency that is the agency that provides that service.
So can we get clarification? If certificates were already issued for phase 1 of the town center, shouldn't those numbers be included in here?
So there is a thing, and Miriam will get to this here in a minute.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump ahead.
They're called pipeline projects. So not to confuse the pipeline with a sewer pipeline, a pipeline project is a project that is going through land entitlement, the land entitlement process, and could potentially get to construction and development. So in this case, the units that were included with the town center permits are considered to be pipeline projects because they are in review currently. Although we are at a point in the process where decisions are being made, those decisions have not concluded. Therefore, they still remain as pipeline projects until those decisions have concluded and all remedies have been exhausted. So what I'm saying is that you'll see how those are added back. The question that we're asking the district is that in order for you to be exempt from the moratorium, you need to have paid a full sewer capacity charge, right? But what the data set that we got from the district says is that those town center projects only paid a partial sewer capacity charge. So the question that we have for the district is, number one, is if you haven't paid a full sewer capacity charge as of the date of passing of the moratorium by resolution, are you prohibited from moving forward? Because if that's the case, we should take those numbers, those pipeline projects, out of this data set, right? But if the next question is it considered to be accepted from the moratorium or exempt from the moratorium if you've made a partial sewer capacity charge payment? And that would then mean that they may continue in processing. They may continue so long as they meet all the city's process requirements. That's a different story. But they have eligible sewer capacity. The third question and final question that to us is most important is if you have made a partial sewer capacity charge payment and you now decide to make the balance of the payment to reach a full payment, does that mean that you can now become exempt from the moratorium by making the balance of that payment? So we're really trying to sort this out with the district. It's really important to us because it changes these numbers significantly. We're working really hard on it. This is an emergent issue. It's extremely complicated. On top of all the other work we have, now we have this to figure out.
Right, and I think that comes back to a basic question, which is, you know, if you read the moratorium and some of the meeting notes, the water district implemented this moratorium somewhat preemptively, right, to kind of figure some things out, but that doesn't mean that we are actually already out of capacity, right? So getting that clarity from the sewer district, I think, is really important, right? I mean, I get that, like, they're saying, hey, we want to kind of, you know, before we issue lots more things, we want to understand what the plan here is, but that doesn't mean that they're already out, because if they already accepted partial payment from some people, I would certainly hope that they had already accounted for that capacity, because that seems like you get into a whole new set of sticky wickets if you start accepting payments from people and then you turn around and say, oh, sorry, just kidding. We went and sold your capacity to somebody else. So it's either a capacity issue or it's a sales issue. It shouldn't, you know, those two things shouldn't be conflated, I would think.
So to be clear, and I can move on from this. To be clear, we are basing this on what they told us. They told us that this geographic area, they have a map and they have a list of all the parcels, that all of these parcels in this mapped area are not eligible for any sewer connections. And that they didn't say they're out of capacity. They didn't say that they anything about the partial payments. So we're trying to get some clarity around this.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm sure that's hard.
Questions you have, yeah.
Excellent. One other question is, how many affordable housing units would go into the town center if we were to build out the town center in full?
That's not a question I'm ready to answer right now. We can come back with a follow-up on that.
How many affordable units were in phase one?
I don't recall offhand. I'd have to look it up.
Okay.
Can I quickly go back to your previous question, Councilmember Stewart?
Oh, please. Thank you.
One thing I just wanted to mention is the urban growth capacity study is almost like a snapshot in time, right? We're looking at data in the 2019, early 2020 range, versus the comp plan, right, is planning for the future. And so when we were talking with King County, we did say, you know, we don't know what the resolution to this issue is going to be, and we don't know if it's going to be fixed this year or in 5 years or in 20 years. You know, we're going off of what is here in this document. And so one of the things that they recommended to us, again, is including that memo with our submittal, but then also as we start to write our comp plan, making sure that we integrate whatever the resolution is or whatever the status is into our comp plan, and that we're thinking of all the different possibilities that may come and that we're planning for those as a result.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, we still have a couple of questions. I did want to comment really quickly that watching the time, and also as you think about the water district, keep in mind in 2019, unless you could see in your crystal ball, I don't think they could see in theirs that they were going to have COVID, and all of a sudden, keep in mind we're on a gravity system and people being at home 24 hours a day, and no longer is that gravity system emptying once a day. Okay, so.
But again, it's only a problem when it rains.
That it's a big problem when it rains because no longer is that system emptying. Okay, so Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, the only comment I really have is we're speculating, and we shouldn't be speculating. We should be asking the questions to the water district experts. And with their response, we can ask for clarification. At this point, we're wasting our time and energy trying to come up with these hypotheticals. So I just encourage us to stay more focused in the future. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Councilman Ross took the words right out of my mouth. I think we're trying to question things that are not within our purview or our agency, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse here.
Yeah, I think they were asking for questions to be asked, so correct. Okay, continue on, please.
Great. Okay, so we are going to move on to employment density. This is the second and final step of phase 4. And this is where you're going to start to see that negative capacity issue come into play. So employment density is the formula used to convert non-residential building area into expected capacity for employment. For this step, cities are being asked to make some assumptions related to the average number of built square feet for each job. So the lower the square feet per job, the higher the density of use. What's interesting here is that this can vary really widely by the building type and also the employment sector. For example, think about a warehouse versus an office building. A warehouse uses a lot of square footage to store inventory, so it's going to have a lot more square footage per job than, say, an office space would. So again, Paula Abdul and Opposites Attract. So for employment density, King County again enlisted the help of a consultant to estimate the average total square foot per job in the individual jurisdictions as well as the market areas across King County. On screen, you see the results of the analysis for Sammamish as well as a few other cities nearby for comparison. So you'll notice that in 2006 and in 2019, the gross square footage per job in Sammamish stayed pretty consistent. And then in this table here, you'll see the roll-up by market area, which has informed the range recommendations that you're going to see on the next screen. Sammamish falls into the Eastside category, again, because we don't have any industrial zones. The only range that you'll see is commercial and mixed use. So now we're going to walk through the different choices for employment density, just like we did before with market factor. Again, this is where things get a little more complicated. So for each comparison, you're going to see the same three options for employment density: high density, low density, and historic density, which I'll be explaining more in a few moments. This slide is looking at King County's lowest market factor, but we'll be showing the other market factors shortly for comparison. So on this slide, you'll notice in the office zone that the capacity is negative, and this goes back to what I mentioned earlier when we were talking about market factor. Because the existing structures here are denser than what our code currently allows, it's showing as negative capacity. So for the first density option at 200 square feet per job, this is the highest density of the range provided by King County, and this results in 86 jobs being added during the 20-year planning period. The second density option at 400 square feet per job is the lowest density provided by King County, resulting in 84 jobs being added. And then another option to consider is using the historic density, which is based on the ratio that you saw earlier, which moved only 1% between 2006 and 2019. So this is an alternative approach to consider, particularly if you feel like the type of commercial being provided isn't going to change much during the next planning period. And with this historic density option here, you end up with 85 jobs added. I also want to highlight that after talking with King County, the city has included the R6 zone here, and this is because there's one new elementary school as well as one school expansion that are both currently in the pipeline and scheduled to be completed during the planning period. The ratio on screen that's provided is from King County's consultant. So here we're showing the same options, only this time we're using the middle of the market factor range provided by King County. You'll notice that the capacity issue you previously saw in the office zone is now also present in the community business zone. With high density at 200 square feet per job, we're showing a loss of 375 jobs. And with low density, we're showing a loss of 146 jobs. And then with historic density, we're showing a loss of 165 jobs. So now here we're using the highest market factor provided by King County, and you'll notice in this example that the negative capacity is even more pronounced. So with high density, we're showing the most job loss at 804 jobs. With low density, we're showing the least with 360 jobs. And then with historic density, we're showing a loss of 396 jobs. And then finally, this is the adjusted market factor that I talked about earlier, which uses a 17% market factor for the office zone and a 21% market factor for community business. And you can see that using these market factors, the negative capacity issue is corrected. So with high density, we're showing 95 new jobs during the 25-year planning period. With low density, that's 88 new jobs. And then with historic density, we're showing a total of 89 new jobs. So now that we've explored and probably completely overwhelmed you with many different options to consider, I wanted to open up the conversation for questions and then get feedback as well for the different options that we've shown on screen. Thank you.
Okay, Council. Before we get into questions, I'm going to ask that we keep them direct questions and on task, please, because it's getting late. So we are going to start. Councilmember Stewart.
All right, so you totally lost me. How do we lose jobs? Like, how do we have a negative jobs number? That's kind of, maybe it's late, but.
No, I understand. It's confusing. So really it comes down to the existing units, and I'm trying to go way back to our formula slide so that you can see that. So right here, it comes to the final capacity and really the existing structures. So if the existing structures in that zone have a higher density than what's currently in our code, it typically shows up as a negative capacity. Okay. For the most part, with a couple exceptions, the majority of all of these buildings that are showing as negative capacity in R12 and R18 in office and in community business are all built before we incorporated. So they had different densities and zonings back then.
And do these jobs don't include like all the people that work from home, right?
That's correct. Yeah. So this is focused solely on physical space and new physical space at that.
And then let me ask you another question. So if I work for Microsoft, but I go on to a work from home permanently, is my job location considered Redmond or Sammamish?
This is David's favorite question for King County. We were told that it is considered Redmond at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we have to, like, in terms of calculating this jobs number, we have to use this formula, even though it doesn't represent reality.
That's correct. I think one of the ways you can think about it that was helpful for me is thinking about, okay, what is new construction that might be added? What is redevelopable potentially, right? So thinking about, for example, that building in the office zone that was built in 1980. It's already, many decades old. In 20 more years, it will be really old. Is that an area that potentially might be hot for redevelopment, or is it an area that we don't think there's going to be much interest in? And if it is hot for redevelopment, is it going to be mixed use, or is it going to continue to just be, office space? Because oftentimes when you add mixed use, you're adding residential and you're reducing a little bit your commercial to make up for that mix.
Yeah, I just can't imagine us losing more business and services because we're already so short. I can't imagine us having less, but appreciate you explaining the formula. Thank you.
Okay, looking in the chat box, any other questions? Yeah, I can't see Redmond for the jobs from Microsoft giving up the head tax. I just can't see that. Okay, I'm not seeing.
Are you looking for our input at this point?
Oh.
Sorry, excuse me, Mayor. Is staff looking for our input at this point as to what we?
Yes.
What we think the densities in the market?
Okay, Mr. Powell, would you like to explain exactly what you're looking for?
We are looking for feedback on this discretionary point that is phase 4 of the urban growth capacity study, as we are required by King County to file report back to them this Friday.
Okay, so I'll start. So I'm going to go with our market factor is going to be high on this first part, right? Then on your employment ratio, I think on the, let's see, well, it doesn't really give you the 3 breakdowns, right? So I'm going to just say historic then, because I went, I have 3 different levels on the 3 different employment density things. So go historic since it was the one in the middle. I had a high, low, and a historic on the looking at the 3 different varieties. So as far as I'm going to go historic on the employment. Was there another one? Should Sammamish adjust CD&O market factors to address negative capacity? Yes, good. Is there another question, David?
These are them. These are the market factors adjustment regarding negative capacity and the ratio for employment density.
So I take it, Miriam, and you have gotten my input then on that? High, yes, and historic. Thank you, guys. This is, by the way, Miriam, wonderful job. Thank you.
Oh, I don't have a...
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go...
I have another question, if I may, Mayor, before we go all the way around, just to get clarification. On the market factor for the residential, the high market factor means limited development, but if we're already taking out the units based on like limited infrastructure, then isn't the market factor really just about supply and demand? Like how big the demand would be?
Yeah, I would say it's primarily about that. One of the things we did find in phase 2 was that there are some capacity limitations related to schools as well as roads, and because they weren't tied to specific parcels and the way this study was done, our consultant did recommend that that's something that we should integrate into our consideration for this round with market factor.
Well, but now we're trying to have it all the same way, like either everybody's staying at home and flushing the toilet so we don't have sewer capacity and so roads isn't going to be a problem, or we're all going to go back to work and the roads are going to be a problem, but the sewer is not. Like, you kind of can't have it both ways. And I think given the very limited number of parcels, we already know there's super high demand. I mean, housing prices are skyrocketing, and the fewer parcels you have, the higher the demand would be. So wouldn't that imply a low market factor because there would be a high level of development of the available parcels, if I read that correctly?
So a high market factor would mean that there are, the way I see it would be that there are, it's supply and demand. So there's a higher level of supply, and the high market factor would be an indication that not all of those parcels would develop because many of those parcels would be subject to some barrier of some sort, whether it was landowner desire to sell, whether it was water or sewer extension, assuming the service was available, some type of road connection. Those are all factors that might be market barriers and might add to the cost of developing the parcel that would cause for a developer that's interested in it to not move forward with purchasing it and developing it. So if you have a large number of parcels available, then you might find that there's a higher market factor, and that would therefore reduce the number of parcels. Right. If you have a low number of parcels available, it is more likely that the market will overcome those barriers to development because there are no other alternatives. Builders and developers are more willing to pay the price to extend the sewer or to provide that road connection, provide the frontage improvements, and pay the price of land that's being asked by the seller. So that's the way we see it. As how that might play out, and that is consistent with the guidance that was put out by King County.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead, Mayor. Then I think that given all of that explanation, our market factor for residential is low. Should Sammamish adjust CB and O market factors to address the negative capacity? I'm sorry, what does that mean again?
So that's related to the negative capacity in employment. One thing that's tricky with market factors is you're choosing one market factor that covers both residential and non-residential. So.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So, because it looks like we get to choose two different ones. We get to choose one up at the top and then one down the bottom with the ratio.
That's correct. Yeah. So the top one is right, what you think the market is going to be, and then whether or not you want to adjust that to address that negative capacity in terms of employment. And then the second step is, what do you think the employment density is going to look like? And what kind of density should that be?
Okay, so based on the numbers you showed, I think the market factor is clearly going to be low, because if we have a really low number of parcels, people are going to do whatever they can to develop them. I think that we should definitely make an adjustment to get rid of the negative jobs, because I don't think that's realistic. And I think we should go with, for employment density, gosh, I don't know. I guess historic, that would be, that one's a tougher one. I guess I would kind of look to your guidance on that more than my guidance, because I'm not sure what to pick there. But if I had to pick one, I'd pick historic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, a quick question to David. So I've heard this mentioned twice this evening there's been questions on school capacity. Was Lake Washington School District and ISD, I assume they were both polled and gave us their input. We received a couple of letters last year from Lake Washington School District indicating they were at capacity in many of their schools. Did the school districts all indicate that they were fine and they could provide capacity in their schools for another 900, say, units?
So they did fill out the survey we sent them. They did not identify any known significant gaps in their ability to provide service. They did indicate that they are tracking demographics and changes in populations. With each one of them uses a demographer to do that, and they did indicate that they are planning for future densities based on what they know of our zoning and of trends in development and how quickly units come online. So we did not get a report back from them indicating that, like the Sammamish water, the plateau water report that showed an area that is lacking in capacity. Now, regarding the letters, I've done some digging, and I was only able to find the one letter that was received from the Lake Washington School District on the Santoni rezone. And that letter was received at the point of the Planning Commission holding a public hearing on the rezone. And we had invited the Lake Washington School District to attend two different meetings as stakeholders over the year-long time frame that had been in review, and they declined to participate in either of those meetings. They did provide the letter that indicated they had some concern about the rezone adding capacity to our town center. When we explained to them that the rezone did not add capacity, but instead the rezone allowed for a redistribution of capacity, they indicated that they did not have a concern with the rezone. So I just wanted to clarify that. We are not aware of any other letters on record that we have from the district.
Okay. So in this process, school districts have given their input that they are good with providing, again, if we have 900 more housing units, it's about another 1,800, 2,000 students. So they feel comfortable of providing the extra 2 or 3 schools needed to get those students in there. Is that something, and do they indicate that directly, or did they just say we don't have a problem with 900 more units?
They didn't cite 900 more units, nor did they cite any additions of schools specifically, but they did not indicate that they have a deficiency in their ability to provide capacity. They did raise the issue around funding, and that it is dependent on their ability to gain funding to provide those facilities, and that was something that they were concerned about. However, they did indicate that they do work and follow the city's planning efforts and work collaboratively with us on comprehensive planning, et cetera. So if we were looking at a growth target, they would be aware of that, and they would be able to account for that in their demographics, their demographic model of their service area.
Okay, but they don't know where our growth targets are. So if they don't know whether our growth target is going to be 200 or 2,000, right? They don't know going into this. Before, they didn't know what early on in the process where they said, hey, we don't have a problem. They didn't know whether it was 200 or 2,000. So if they don't know that, how do they come in and say, we're okay with it?
It's correct that they did not know the growth target.
So how do they know that they can provide capacity if they don't know whether it's 200 more housing units or 2,000 more housing units? How can they just generally say, we're good, go ahead, we can do what needs to be done?
They indicated they're able to account for it through how they provide service and their service delivery.
Okay, thank you, David.
So Ken, how are you going to answer the question?
You got to answer your questions.
Oh, high and historic, please.
And are you going to address the negative capacity on CB and O, on offices?
I don't think I have the information to give input on that at this point.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Ross?
I think the market factor we should be using is high. I'm going to skip over to ratio. Probably historic is adequate. I'm not clear entirely what it means to address native capacity. Does that mean? I mean, native capacity implies that cumulatively we're adjusting, including count in the future growth, negatively. Our grand cumulative number, if I go back to the formula, are we saying that we want to make our factors probably less dense, I guess? I'm not sure. What does it mean? We're tweaking the formula. We're doing an adjustment to the capacity factors.
Sure, that's a great question. So what this means is you're kind of veering off course from using either the high, the medium, or the low that King County's provided. So for office, you'd be reducing the market factor to 17%. For community business, you'd be reducing market factor to 21%. Those are the percentages where, for whatever reason, when I worked on their spreadsheet, that's where it kind of tips the scale from being a negative capacity in that zone to a positive or just like a break-even point, if that makes sense. So you could choose a high market factor, for example, but then for those two zones, if you wanted to adjust, you would be adjusting at the 17% and the 21% just for those two zones. Everything else would stay high, if that makes sense.
So the end result, you're effectively saying with that adjustment that we would still grow to housing in the pipeline, but no new growth.
I'm thinking about your question. I think it might be helpful if I actually go back and show you guys the slide here. Let's see. So, actually, sorry. Long night. Okay, so this is the adjusted market factor for employment capacity. So depending on the density you choose, if you chose historic density, for example, you're going to end up with 1 job in office zone, 5 jobs in community business zone. But what it also means, because again, market factor goes to both non-residential and residential. So if I flip back to residential, bear with me. Okay, sorry. So here, this is what it would look like for residential if you were to adjust those two zones only. Does that help?
Okay, I see the 17 and the 21. I'm just trying to see how much that throws off the total analysis. It's almost like you're going with factors and then you're adjusting it further.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is because of the way that they've done the formula for employment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We needed to have this PowerPoint in advance, I'll be honest. It's really hard to do this on the dais on the fly. It doesn't allow council to process and give accurate answers.
And we apologize for that. We're given a very short timeline here ourselves, and we were working up to the minute to get this data put together. It's not optimal, and I've launched numerous objections to King County about the constraint that they're putting us in order to engage our community and get feedback on this. It makes it really difficult for us.
Yeah, I mean, I know you guys are under a timeline too. It's really hard to try and process this information when we're seeing it for the first time at 10:45 at night.
But I guess what I'm getting at is even if we provide a negative market factor or result, I think that's instructive. And that tweaking it is creating a tweaked result per se, just to let it fit in a box. I think they would take that negative numbers and construe that to mean that, wow, Sammamish is at its capacity and then some. If we adjust it, we're using 17 or 21, whatever factor you use. If you're adjusting that further, you're using non-traditional adjustment factors for the market and making it look better from a capacity standpoint than it really is. That's what my concern in adjusting that market factor. So maybe it's not a bad thing to show negative. Can you comment on that? On my comment I just made?
I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to show negative capacity. I think it's what your interpretation of the future would look like, I guess, if you will. And again, I think one of the things to consider also is how this fits into the growth target process, which David's going to be talking more about. But I think, if you feel that it should be consistent and not adjusted, that's a completely valid option as well. We just wanted to present everything for you guys to consider so that you're fully informed.
Okay, I'll let others talk.
Okay, so
Thank
do we
you.
have your answers then, Councilmember Ross? Yes. Mr. Pyle?
I wanted to also circle back around to Councilmember Gamblin's questions and wanted to correct the record on what I said. So I wanted to look up real quick what the Issaquah School District said. I know that the Issaquah School District and the Lake Washington School District and the Snoqualmie Valley School District all participated in our efforts. And I wanted to respond specifically to what the Lake Washington School District indicated in their response and their questionnaire. And in doing so, I located the actual questionnaire that they provided, and I wanted to allow the council to see what their responses were here, just so I could make sure you were aware of this before we moved on. So this is the questionnaire that we provided to the school districts and the other service providers. And there are some very specific yes or no questions in here. There are also some qualitative questions that ask for feedback. So I was incorrect in my response regarding the Lake Washington School District, and I wanted to make sure to clarify this for you. I'll zoom in on this if I can, one sec, to allow you to actually read it, because I could see some of you trying to see the font here. Are there any areas in Sammamish or in its urban growth areas where your agency presently cannot serve any additional growth? And the answer is yes. If so, are those areas mapped? Yes. LWSD school boundary maps. If so, and they are not mapped, is there a report that describes the infrastructure need? They go on to, they don't say yes or no, but they do list. Currently, 4 out of 5 elementary schools are at or over capacity. Englewood Middle School is at capacity and is the largest in the district. Eastlake High School is also at capacity and is the largest in the district. And then the next question is, are there any areas where your agency predicts a future shortfall in capacity in the next 20 years? Yes. If so, at what point? They don't say. But they do say down here. They go on to say by 2029 or 2030, 4 out of 5 elementary schools within the city of Sammamish will be significantly over capacity, and the overall enrollment will exceed capacity at all schools. By 2029, Englewood Middle School is projected to continue to be over capacity, and Eastlake will be at critical capacity. And then we went on to ask, are there any planned future capital facilities that will unlock development potential? They go on to say yes. Voters approved the 2019 Capitals Project Levy. It adds 4 classroom addition at Carson. This will provide a space for 92 students. Even with this addition, enrollment projections will exceed capacity in Sammamish. Then we go on to ask, do projects that will be needed to fill infrastructure gaps have secure funding? And then we go, are there other risks? So they say, yes, funding has not been secured for additional proposed projects in Sammamish that could provide added capacity for schools. Continued flexibility on school siting, height limits, and infrastructure requirements will be needed. Then we had some water and sewer questions that weren't relevant, transportation questions that weren't relevant, and then down here to schools, is there alignment between the school district population projections and city comp plan growth targets? And they go on to talk about the town center planning. The core infrastructure at our schools is overtaxed, and many of our schools simply have no space for additional portables. Any proposals allowing for more intensive development than currently planned for could significantly impact the district's capacity challenges and further compromise our ability to support the city's permitted and planned growth.
David, can you clarify, though, on the Lake Washington, when they have those projections, what numbers are they using to project being over capacity in 2029, 2030? Are they using our current comp plan numbers? Are they using our current zoning? Like, what numbers are they using to come up with that?
So my understanding is that they are using our current comp plan numbers and our current zoning, and it is based on the historic rate of development in the city.
So that would imply that they're planning for, because they don't have the numbers that you have, if you look at our comp plan numbers based on our old math, they're looking at somewhere between 1,500 to 2,000 more units being developed before they hit that number, or?
Based on the math that we had prior to meeting with King County, that's on the unit count that the city has tallied, okay. that is what I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Could you share that with council? Email that out, please, David.
Sure, I'd be happy to. And there's also enrollment charts and forecasts that came back with that email that would be helpful to understand their statements here.
Yeah, thanks for that extra work, David. I appreciate it.
And I apologize for the miscommunication on that. There's also one that the Issaquah School District provided that I'd be happy to send out to you as well.
That's what I was about to ask. Thank you.
And to clarify, right, like Councilmember Gamblin implied that there was like a 2+ number of students per housing unit, but that's way high, correct?
Depends on the capital facilities plan that the district provides,
Okay.
and we'll definitely get into this on March 16th.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, David, so I just want to change one of my votes because I think the office then, I'd say don't change that after listening to what Councilmember Ross said. I would change mine to say leave it as it is. Don't make the adjustment. Thanks.
Okay.
That's all I need.
All right, so I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. First, staff, I know you guys are working under some pretty tight time constraints with the county, and it's kind of unfortunate that they've put you guys in this position, which unfortunately puts us in this position where we're reviewing this information in your PowerPoint, which is great. But I do feel like I need maybe a skosh more time to digest it all. But, you know, after having this conversation, and Miriam saying, you know, maybe negative numbers aren't such a bad thing, I'm not sure we should be tinkering with those market factors. But on the market factor for step 1 there, I would go high so that we have limited development, especially in light of what we just read and heard from the Lake Washington School District. And then on the employment density, I'm leaning towards historic along with many of the other council members here. But I feel like we have to reserve the right to circle back on this, although there may not be an opportunity for us to, because you guys are probably going to take and deliver this information back to the county. And unfortunately, the timeline is really, really constrained for all of us on it. But I appreciate you guys putting this all together for us.
Okay, do I have any other council members outside of myself that have got to put this in yet? I don't think so. Okay, so market factor, I would say high. I would say do not change the negative capacity. I think we ought to just leave the number however it comes out. I don't think we ought to be playing with it because I just don't know what it would do. And I go with the employment density number. I would go historic. And I think that covers everybody. Okay.
I'm going to hand things back to David so that he can talk about the updates on the 2019 to 2044 growth target.
Great. Now that we've updated you on capacity, we wanted to discuss the new growth targets to make sure we have a clear path in moving forward. Go to the next slide.
Okay, David.
As a reminder,
David, I'm going to stop you because we're just a few minutes before 11, and I don't want to stop you in the middle of your presentation. So, council members, I'm going to have to ask for an extension.
Move to extend to midnight.
Okay, I second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm a nay.
Nay. Ooh, I got one with me.
I don't know if I'm going to make it. That's okay.
Okay, continue on, please, Mr. Pyle. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. As a reminder, the Puget Sound Regional Council's Vision 2050 has Sammamish in the cities and towns category, which is allocated 5% of the growth for population and 3% for jobs, equating to the numbers you see on the screen. So for the cities and towns growth caucus, we are looking at 13,985 units and 12,936 jobs divided up amongst the cities and towns listed here. To date, there have been 5 cities and towns caucus meetings held between October of 2020 and February of 2021. The meetings have primarily been focused on alignment of understanding around the countywide planning policies. Up to the last meeting a week ago today, there had not been any conversations within the caucus group specific to growth target numbers. The conversations had all been around benchmarking and attributes of different cities. So things like what a growth target might look like when considering a city's proportional size compared to each other. And Sammamish being the largest city in the caucus, you can see how that would stack up unfavorably for us. At the February 23rd meeting, the group had a specific conversation about preliminary growth target numbers, with most cities providing a preliminary proposed number. In following with the conversation from November, Sammamish presented 885 units as a preliminary number that might be appropriate for the city, and represented that it had to go back to the city council to verify that this was acceptable. And that this did not add new growth beyond the past King County countywide planning policy. So far in the meetings that have been held, we have been working within the caucus to represent the city and explain the infrastructure challenges that we have as a city, the rapid growth that we've faced as a city, and that we simply need a planning horizon timeframe to get caught up on planning for infrastructure in the city and identifying how we're going to provide roads and now sewers for the future populations to move into the city. So we did represent 885 units as a possible growth target for the 2019 to 2044 planning horizon, a 25-year planning horizon, which if you were to divide that out by year comes out to around 36 units per year. The next Cities and Towns Caucus will be held next week in March, and we anticipate the county will be working with the group to try to finalize the targets for inclusion in the larger countywide planning policy effort. So what we wanted to do was check in with you tonight and see where we stand on the 885 units, and see if that is something that, based on this discussion, you wanted to look at adjusting. Then we would take that feedback back to the Growth Caucus, and we would inform them as to the background on why. Generally, our understanding is you have the option of raising or lowering the growth target based on what you see fit for growth in the community, so long as we are doing our homework. Hello?
Okay. No, we're not asleep.
Yeah, something just happened to my computer, so I'm sorry, it had a glitch. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm still here, but I had something happen. Anyway.
We can hear you.
That's good.
You might not be able to move your slide, but we can hear you.
Yeah. There you go.
So I guess the ask of the council here is whether or not you want to direct staff to take a different approach with the Growth Caucus, and if there's a different number you have in mind, understanding that if the number is if the King County published land capacity is higher than our growth target, then we could experience development that exceeds the growth target. If the King County published land capacity is lower than the growth target, then we will, as a matter of our comprehensive plan, need to identify how we're going to provide additional capacity to get us to the growth target. What is advisable is trying to mesh up the growth target as close to capacity as possible, so that you're able to plan accurately for what you might experience in that planning horizon.
Which makes perfect sense. Okay, how would you like to go around on this? Well, let's start with Deputy Mayor.
No, actually, don't start with me because I was having some computer issues and missed a portion of what David said. So, sorry.
Okay, well, let's start with Councilmember Train.
Okay, David, question then. So I heard what the last thing you said there, which was kind of, I think, really important, is there needs to be kind of this mesh between two numbers, right? So, and I know Miriam didn't talk about what's in the pipeline, so I'm guessing there's about 855 in the pipeline. Give or take, or is that a close number? I mean,
I think Miriam's flipping back up to that slide that identified pipeline numbers. Is that correct, Miriam?
So I'm looking at, sorry, too many buttons all at the same time.
Yeah, no problem.
Since the majority of you, I believe, said high market factor and not adjusting, this is what you'd pretty much be looking at. I think I would just caveat that with that we are waiting to hear about those outstanding capacity things in town center and some of the other residential zones, so that number could change a bit.
Okay.
And that doesn't include the pipeline, though, right, to Councilmember Treen's point?
So it includes some of the pipeline, but not all of the pipeline. So
not all of it.
Correct. So some of them were clear, others were needing some more information on.
Correct. Okay. I think I figured that part out too. All right. So thank you though, Miriam. So David, I'm like looking at, okay, I think the mesh is, and I don't know, right? This is still, I think Councilmember Ross said this, we're like kind of estimating, right? Like, do I know how much growth is going to happen? No, I don't. How much is the market going to, I don't know, which is okay, right? Because this is an exercise that they're doing that they want to come up with a number that's to some degree is realistic. And they've been doing this a few times now that they have their little system down and we're playing their game, okay? And we're following their rules. And thank you, staff, by the way. Awesome job. I think the number's in between one of these two, 752, 873. Is that the number I want you to go for? No, it's not. But I think that is probably a realistic number. One of those in that range right there of numbers, if I did my calculus class correctly, I'm betting, there's the range. Okay. Now, you're going to ask me personally what I think you ought to walk into this negotiation, because now I'm talking about a little bit different strategy here is about negotiating. I want that 752 or maybe even a little bit lower. And so I like 500. It's just a number, right? Will we build 500 homes in Sammamish? Yeah, we will, okay? The demand here will probably push us to 500. Should we do that? That's a different question, right? So for this exercise, I'm thinking I personally walk in at 500. I think in the end, it's going to be closer to one of these two numbers. That's my input. That's what I think. I may be right. I may be wrong. The Seahawks might win the Super Bowl. Maybe the Packers win it. Thank you. You guys, good job. David, Miriam, you guys, Dave Rudat, these guys, they're good people. Good information. Thank you.
Okay, how about Councilmember Stewart?
Well, I mean, the single biggest cause of homelessness in King County is a shortage of housing supply. We only require affordable housing in one area. We have, if you look at that number from Arch, we have 64 affordable housing units in our city. David said the number we pick here is kind of what we're going to put in our comp plan and what we're going to plan for. So, if we don't plan for it, I guess it doesn't happen. I mean, our infrastructure issues exist because we've never bothered to deal with them. And it seems like we're just going to keep kicking the can down the road. Do I think it's reasonable? I mean, the fact that, the market factor number we're supposed to pick is based on supply and demand, and when we have a low number of housing units, that means that builders and buyers are going to be willing to pay a lot more to overcome the barriers. That implies a low market factor. So I think our number is clearly higher than even the 989 here, because that zeroes out, that assumes that we're gonna have no new sewer connections in that zone that Sammamish Plateau Water put under moratorium for the next 25 years. I think that's completely unreasonable. There's also, we talked about school capacity. There's a property in the town center zone for a school. The school district owns property there. So, I mean, if we really want to address these things, we just need to plan for it and get to work on that. So what do I think the number should be? I think the number should be, over 1,000. I think we need to be planning to build enough homes that we max out our affordable housing units in the town center. That's what I think, and then some, because if we don't start building affordable housing for the middle class folks in this region, it's a responsibility. We're a society. That's our responsibility. So that's what I think.
Councilmember Gamblin?
Yeah, so it's clear, and it gets more clear by the moment, that the plateau is bursting at the seams. We know we have road issues. We know we have traffic issues. Now we know, written in written format, we have school issues. We know we have sewer issues. When we know all these things, it's incumbent upon us as council members representing our residents that we not add more housing units and more bodies and more cars and more students and more, I can think of a better word, but I'll have to say sewage, to the problem. We don't have the capacity in a number of different directions to handle more housing and more bodies here. I would love to give everybody a home here, all kinds of income levels. It doesn't matter what income level we're looking at. It just matters, do we have the capacity to handle the students, the sewage, the traffic? None of those things are handleable right now, and it's irresponsible for the council, in my opinion, to come in and say, give us 1,000 more units, give us 800 more units. It's irresponsible. Solve the problems, show that you have a solution, then go ahead and take more housing units in capacity. So what's my number? My number is 0. That's my number. If that's not acceptable, we can bargain up from there. But I feel I have a responsibility as an elected official to the people living here to say, I know what these capacities are. We just saw a questionnaire from LWSD that said, we're done. We don't know how we're going to do it. Given that, we should go to King County and say, we don't have the capacity in a number of different directions to accept more housing units at this moment. Maybe we can look at it in 10 years when we can get rid of our sewage, educate our students without sending them to portables or busing them to wherever, God knows where we're going to have to bus them when our schools are full. And we know where our sewage is going to flow to, instead of down into our roads overflowing when it rains or flooding out Lake Sammamish for sewage. These are all our responsibilities to represent our residents. So I'll get off my soapbox, but 0, that's my number.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, are you ready?
Yeah, I can speak now that I've had a chance to catch up and kind of look at the slide here.
It's a hard one to follow.
Yeah, I don't have a soapbox to stand on. But anyway, I think the first question I have, David, is what are the other cities that are in our group saying? And it would be nice to get some understanding, because we're grouped with cities and towns, and that group is given a growth target to divide up. Are some of those jurisdictions saying, hey, we'd like to have more?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that unto itself is a great argument for us to go in with the reality of our situation. And I think, my eyes kind of bugged out as David was reading that Lake Washington School District survey. And yes, the Lake Washington School District has land in the town center, and they can build a school if the voters say yes to constructing one. But those are all hypotheticals in the future. And if there are other cities that are asking for additional growth, we should be mindful of the fact that these growth targets are floors. They are not ceilings, they are floors. So if we take a number, we're expected to build that number at the very least. So, I'm a little hesitant when we're getting a lot of information from several sources saying we're up to here, whether it's sewage or some, students. I think we're seeing a little bit of the, issues with the schools, not only just the capacity issues, but they're unable to open right now, in part because they cannot facilitate distancing their children 6 feet apart in order to open, because they have 30 kids in a classroom. So I don't know, maybe Gamblin kicked over his soapbox to me and I'm standing on it now. But I think, if there are cities that are willing to work with us in our group, that growth target isn't going to change for the region. But if there are municipalities within our group that are willing to take on higher numbers, considering the constraints and issues we have here in Sammamish, then they can have them. I'm fine with that. So I'm not giving you a number, but I think, it's how low can we go? That's, I think, the game that I want to play. And if there's jurisdictions that are willing to take some of the pressure off of us because we have a lot of issues relative to growth here, so be it.
So the good news, I'm pulling up an email that you could see that's from King County, and this is from one of the staff there that's coordinating the effort. And to be clear, the King County staff that are working on this are working really hard to try and get this going, and they've had their own setbacks on the guidance, which is why we didn't get it until early February. But the point I wanted to highlight here is right here, and I don't know if you can read this, I apologize for the small font, that says, for both housing and jobs, I anticipate that our group will overshoot our regional geography allocation. So the issue there is that there is opportunity right now to go into this caucus and to indicate that we as a city, after doing some additional work on phase 4 of our capacity study, have learned that we have some additional challenges that we need to overcome in the next planning horizon, and that it would be appropriate for us, based on that information, to propose a lower growth target than what we have already put in there as our preliminary draft number. And so long as we can show our work, so to speak, about why that target should be what it is, then that would be appropriate. Because there are other cities that are predicting, because of the market and because of what's going on in trends, and because they have been working on their infrastructure over the last 10 years in the last planning horizon,
and maybe didn't see as much development come their way, that they have additional capacity. For example, Carnation made a huge investment in their sewer, and now they're looking at not having all those connections come in that they want, and they're paying on the funding for that sewer without actually recovering that cost. So they really want the growth to occur because they need to make the finances work for that. So I leave you with that. There is that opportunity right now. The question is, what is the right number, and what is the right number that we can justify based on our work, and what is the right number that won't land us in a position where we are feeling like we're continuously trying to repel development from occurring because we've planned for a number that's too small and we're not able to then accommodate it.
Yeah, one additional thought, though, is that even if we shoot low and then we're like, shoot, we wish we could go higher, or some other information comes our way, whether it's from SAMPLAT and the county figuring out their issues, is that we always have the ability as council to revisit our comp plan on an annual basis. You open up the comp plan through the docket process. If new information comes our way in the future, we have the ability to go and change the housing element of our comprehensive plan. So I think we have to operate with the knowledge we have in hand right now, which is we have some constraints, and there are some pretty serious ones, especially when you consider the sewer. So, we have to go low, and then we can readjust as needed.
Okay, and then we have got Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, I like the way Deputy Mayor phrased it, low as you can go on the housing count going in. As far as meeting our housing needs or our contribution to the total housing challenges, I heard what Councilmember Stewart, and she's right. I agree with you that we need to address those issues, but I don't think we need to address those issues within Sammamish per se. Sammamish is good for some elements of housing due to our topography and our infrastructure constraints, but Sammamish doesn't need to be everything to everybody. We're not near a light rail. We're not near a transit center. We don't have high-density housing on those transit centers. We have other jurisdictions in our region that solve the total housing challenges. We've got to always step back and look at the region, not make Sammamish everything for everybody. So that's why I support low as you can go, because we are busting at the seams in our infrastructure. And no, we don't have to be everything for everybody. We got jurisdictions around us, Issaquah, Redmond, in particular, to help us with some of those density and housing choices and different affordability levels. And we are also, just earlier in this meeting, contributed to arts. We're contributing to the region to help consolidate and build housing solutions in our region. So I really philosophically think we contribute to the region through those programs, and that the other jurisdictions are better able to handle different housing types than Sammamish can.
Okay, so that leaves me, and I would suggest to Mr. Powell I'm not going to give you a number because I think you need to go in there and kind of bargain. But I would try to go as we are busting at the seams, but a lot of other cities are going to tell you the same thing. But there are cities that do have and do want numbers. And, Sammamish has for years taken a lot of growth. They've asked for it and they've taken it, and we have not put in the infrastructure to support it. So that's what got us in the situation we are today. So we need to lighten up on that growth a little bit so that we can figure out how to support it. So I say go in there and go as low as you possibly can. But we can't be a no-growth city, because I think that will point us out to you're going to have people in Olympia and everybody else, breathing down our necks. But we have to show that we have taken more than our fair share over years. And that's what got us in the position we're in today. So I'm not going to give you a number, but I wish you a lot of luck down there. Okay, so do you have what you need from everybody?
I think it's a great conversation, and given all the factors we've discussed tonight as part of our land capacity analysis regarding sewer issues, regarding school issues, regarding transportation issues, and regarding the unknown associated with each of those issues, most importantly, I think that's the background information that I can provide to the caucus, that there's a lot of work we got to do in Sammamish, and until we have all of those issues sorted out, we're really not in a position to take really any growth, and that we're not a no-growth city, but we are being responsible in looking forward. And if some of those infrastructure deficiencies are unlocked during the planning horizon, we have the opportunity to revisit our comprehensive plan and amend it and look at what growth is reasonable at that point in time. Also understanding that we're going to go through this process again. It's a cyclical process, and we will come back around to another land capacity analysis, and we will come back to another comprehensive plan update. So it by default will happen again anyway. But if it happens earlier, then we'll take the initiative to update our comp plan to reflect that.
Yep, excellent. Okay, then we are going to move on.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I appreciate what Councilmember Ross said about, if we're not going to do it here, then we should support it somewhere else. I just want to remind folks that our lack of infrastructure is because of our own failure to plan. And we as a council, this council right here, we haven't helped that any, right? We don't have a plan for our roads infrastructure. We're not working with the school district to build out the school on the property that they have right here in Sammamish. And to be quite honest, today we contributed to Arch. We contributed $303,000 to Arch. That's it. And when you take on affordable housing in your community, there are other costs that come along with that. And as a city that has the highest median income in the country, I find it sad, really. I'm disappointed in us that we just push off that responsibility. The growth that has happened to this region has benefited the residents of Sammamish quite a bit. Most of the people here in the city have benefited from the companies that have grown and done well. And yet we push off our responsibility onto all the other cities and everything that comes with that. And I find that very sad.
Okay. I do want to say also that we're also known to be very giving up here because most of the people up here give to many, many different foundations. So I don't want to get into who does what for anybody. Okay, so if you are done, Mr. Pyle, we are going to...
Oh, you got a whole bunch of people in the queue now, Karen.
I bet we do. Oh, shoot. Okay.
Oh, yes.
All right, you guys, let's make this to the topic, please. No grandstanding. We're going to keep that to a minimum. And
we had grandstanding. I think we all want to make comments now.
All right. Well, then I'm going to add to the queue. I go at the bottom.
If I may,
yes, Deputy Mayor.
Contributed to Arch. Yes, we contributed to Arch, but I think it's important to remember that is a contribution, that is a pool of money. So it's not like it's just 303. We are combining money with a bunch of jurisdictions to make a true impact. So I don't appreciate our contributions being minimized. And second, we didn't create this mess. I am really tired of hearing that narrative sitting here on this council. This council is actually fixing the mess that was created by prior councils. So we haven't built infrastructure because our concurrency told us we didn't have to fix concurrency because we gave capacity where you couldn't drive a car. I said this before, but we allowed for 580 cars for every foot of shoulder, sidewalk, and regional trail that we built. That means we let 6,900 cars go down East Lake Sammamish Parkway where you couldn't drive a car. So I think it's really important. You can shake your head, Councilmember Stewart, but it's true. So we didn't create the problems. We're trying to fix them. And, these growth targets are just another mechanism for us to get back on track. We are building stuff right now. We are working out on Issaquah Falls City Road, putting 5 lanes over there. So we are doing something. Thank you.
Okay, so we should never have started on grandstanding, but let's try to keep it very short. Next time there is no grandstanding. Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, so I take great umbrage in the being said I'm doing nothing. I've been on this council a year, working hard to address these issues, and I don't feel that anybody sitting on this council has the ability to say that we're doing nothing. We're working our behinds off to fix a problem that's 20 years in the making with some very questionable calls on how quickly the city developed. Now we're trying to put some controls in there, and all of a sudden we're doing nothing. I think those opinions should be kept to themselves.
Thank you. I love the word umbrage, by the way. And then Councilmember Treen.
I would just echo what Ken Gamblin said. I've been on this council for a year. COVID struck, and then you're going to tell me we've done nothing?
Okay, so council members, I want everybody to take a deep breath. We've still got stuff on this agenda. It is 11:30. We have 30 minutes left, and we still have a couple things on the agenda. We have got stormwater, and we have got the interlocal agreement. Do we want to keep both of those on the agenda for this evening, or do we want to move one to a different meeting? And it is the call of the council.
How quickly do we need to get that ILA in place?
I would say that we probably need to do number 14 probably tonight, but I don't think that'll take very long.
Mayor, Council, this is Dave. It is important from a timing standpoint. Issaquah did it last night. We need to do it tonight because it's going to the EFR, I think, on the 11th.
Yep.
So what about stormwater? Can we move that to a different meeting?
Can we move stormwater?
Mayor, this is Public Works Director Jeff Ellikish. The only caveat with moving it to another meeting is I may not have and will likely not have Danica Globacar available as she is leaving the city. And but that being said, other staff would have to pick up the work product that she has created for what was going to be presented tonight. So wanted to let you know that.
Okay, what is...
we power on.
Pardon?
I say we power on.
All right, so Council, we're gonna, let's keep our questions pertinent to the discussion at hand. And with that, let's move on to stormwater work plan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be turning this over to Danica Globacar, our acting Deputy Public Works Director. She's put an immense amount of time and energy into this topic, and it's nice to see the fruit of the labor coming to fruition, and assuming the council will take action, guiding us to take this forward. So, Danica, I turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jeff, and good evening, Mayor, Council, and everyone else on this call. I am trying to share my screen, and I'm going to try to power through this in like 10 minutes for you guys and make it really easy, hopefully not controversial, but we'll see how it goes. So does everyone see, it should be a PowerPoint or a PDF of saying stormwater work. Okay, I see a nod. Awesome. Okay, great. I'm just going to power through then. So the purpose tonight is just to give you an update on what staff, what I've been working on, and Jeff and others in the stormwater group have been doing to incorporate your requested actions, E8 and E9, into our work plan, and just get your thumbs up, not a binding action, but thumbs up to say, yes, proceed with one and or both of the projects. And again, I'm going to go pretty quickly. So if anyone has any questions, I actually asked for your interruption so I can answer your question right away and clear things up. So just the background for this. We've had a couple touch points with council so far. We shared some potential projects with you, these three on the side here, at the council retreat in January, and again at the February 2nd council meeting. At the council meeting in February, you asked staff to develop more detailed cost estimates and timeline and estimate staff resources. And so we're here tonight just to provide you that refinement. And as a reminder, E8 was the hydrology study of high-risk areas, so identifying areas that might need additional stormwater controls and a gap analysis. E9 is studying changes to flow control regulations, which is looking at past and current stormwater regulations and doing quite a bit of hydrologic modeling to see how the results if we changed regulations and what that would mean for our creeks and our wetlands downstream. And then the last project was Stormwater 01 or SW01, Town Center Regional Stormwater, and that would be to actually design a Town Center Regional Storm System. And I presented them in this direction, in this order, because the intent is that they will happen sequentially. So just some of the assumptions here. As I said, these projects would proceed sequentially, that E8 must occur before E9, which would occur before SW01. So identify your areas, do your gap analysis, then pull stormwater levers, and then design regional town center. Another assumption is that current organic staff resources within the storm group are insufficient to accomplish all of this and the standard, our existing work plan. And just a reminder, no dollars were approved in the 21-22 budget. So I'm going to go through E8 and E9 tonight pretty quickly. This is a map of the city. You see 228th running north-south here, and you see Southeast 4th running east-west. The red dotted line indicates the town center sub-area, and this is a slightly outdated map, so it might not be perfect. The real point of this slide is to show that town center straddles two drainage basins. The purplish pink basin here is Ebright Creek's basin. We call it Thompson Basin. And the green polygon over on this side represents George Davis Creek's basin, which is Inglewood Basin. And so, the objective of E8 would be to identify basins or sub-areas in the city that could benefit from additional stormwater management regulations and do that gap analysis. And the reason I included the slide of town center here is that I anticipate council may decide that this area in particular may warrant that additional protection. So how are we going to do this? As I said, we're going to collect, analyze, summarize existing data. We'll identify data gaps and collect data, particularly looking at soil profiles, getting geotechnical borings to understand George Davis Creek's basin. And we'll get flow data to calibrate our models, our flow models, so we get precise data. And what are the outputs going to be? It's going to be updated maps and also identification of key issues for Thompson and Inglewood basins. There'll be a summary of the data gaps and a collection and monitoring plan and updated surface geology mapping. So a timeline and cost. So timeline, this upper section here, you see E8 hydrology study of high-risk areas. That's the project we're talking about. Now it's March, and we expect this to be a pretty quick turnaround project. Within a few months, we would intend to bring the results of this back, at least the preliminary results back, to City Council. So that's the X here in May. And cost. As I said a little bit earlier, we don't have the organic staffing assets to manage a project like this. So what we would look to do is hire a consultant from the outside, and I estimated it would take an engineer's 20% of an engineer's time to manage a project, to manage this particular project, which is where the 22 to 28,000 comes from. And then the consultant contract, we have a rough scope of work and rough cost estimates from NHC based on what we provided them, that data gap analysis. And the range is pretty expansive. And the reason why that's so broad is that it was sort of a broad guess for geotechnical explorations. She said about 50 to 75,000, depending on how much data you want to collect. and then another 50 to 75,000 for that hydrologic modeling, again, based on the level of effort there. So you can see the total cost, 147, about $200,000 for this project alone. So I'm going to pause here before I jump into E9. I will also, at the end, after E8 and E9, talk a little bit more about financing options available to council. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to keep. Oh, was there a question?
I'm not seeing anything in the chat box.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep rolling then. All right, so E9, so again, sequentially E8 happens first, then E9. So E9 is what I call pulling the levers, and that is studying changes to flow control and LID regulations. So this one would be investigating potential changes to flow control and or low impact development regulations. We would review existing regulations and past regulations and assess implementation feasibility. We would do quite a lot of hydrologic modeling to assess different development scenarios and how different regulations changed the results at key locations in Thompson and Inglewood subbasins. And we would ultimately interpret how creek channels and wetlands could be impacted under those different scenarios. So how we will accomplish this, as I said, we'll develop detailed hydrologic models for both George Davis and Ebright. We will calibrate the model using data we collect as part of E8, and we'll develop and simulate alternative development and stormwater management scenarios. So we'll investigate existing conditions, pre-developed conditions, that's the 100% forested. We'll look at future build out, and that's also using both current regulations as well as what has been used in the past, which was a 100% volume matching standard. We would analyze both of those and see if they're even feasible. And we would also incorporate future climate change predictions. And the output of this would be a report documenting model development and results, which staff would then share with council. The timeline for this one could start right after we're finished with E8, at least with the main effort of E8. And I estimate it would take about 6 to 7 months. I estimate a council checkpoint at the very beginning of that project, kind of towards the middle to later stage once we've collected quite a bit of the data and done some of the models to make sure we're still on track with what council expects, and then complete it by December of this year. Again, I estimate about 20% of an engineer's time to manage this project, as well as the actual consultant contract to do the work. And again, a very, very wide range of numbers, just depending on how rigorous, how many models we want or how many simulations we want the consultant to run. So again, about 200 to 300,000 for this project. All right, any questions about this one before I dive into financing?
Okay, I actually did have a question. So to me, both of these are not only needed, but in my opinion, should have been done, years ago and over the years. So that being said, have they been done in the past? Because they seem to me like they absolutely should have been. So have they been done in the past that we have anything to reference?
Yes, to an extent. The reason why I call E8 it's a bit of a data summary is that we've done a lot of that work, a lot of the initial work, maybe not the data gap analysis, but a lot of the work as part of our stormwater retrofit strategy that we actually are completing right now. We started it last year. So that's E8. And as far as the data gaps, it's really how fine a pencil tip you want on this model. There's an existing hydrologic model for Sammamish that we've used in the past for other basin planning studies. So the E8 project is really sharpening the pencil to get a more precise answer. So it's not that what we've done in the past has been erroneous. It's just maybe it wasn't as sharp as council maybe wants now. So that's what I can say about E8. E9, studying the changes to flow control and LID regulations. in that one, what I would say is, we've had a stormwater manual since the early 90s, since before the 90s, and every iteration of the stormwater manual, we update that, the Department of Ecology updates the best science. Currently, the 2016 King County Stormwater Manual represents some of the best science and most stringent stormwater regulations in the country. And so with adopting that, which is our current code and current regulations, we have very strong stormwater regulations. So this represents what I've heard from council over the last 6 to 8 months, that you want to go above and beyond the 2016 manual. Did I answer you, Mayor?
Yeah, you did. Thank you.
Great. All right, I'm going to continue on then. Okay. So financial impact, as I said, there's no money allocated in the budget for E8 or E9. And I forgot to mention this, but I'm not even talking about SW01 yet, just because we have 2 steps, 8 and 9, before we get to SW01. So I think it wasn't really relevant to bring SW01 up at this meeting, knowing that it'll be informed by 8 and 9.
Okay, and we have Councilmember Gamblin also in the chat box.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I think the mayor basically answered asked the question is how we had a really robust 2010 ordinance on stormwater. How was that ordinance taken apart and dismantled and changed without this type of really in-depth information being gathered? Was it just kind of a whim? We just are not in the mood to have that kind of stormwater regulation anymore, so we just change it? Because it wasn't changed with this kind of information. It was just basically changed. Why?
No, that's a great question, Councilmember Gamblin. And what I would counter to that is, when the 2010 volume matching standard for the town center was adopted, you have to ask yourself, what was the science that backed that up? And was it robust? And the answer is not necessarily. And I'm not disparaging at all the consultant that did that. I have high respect for her. The point that I'm trying to make is that LID standard for the 100% volume matching was aspirational. And its intent was to mimic LID without defining it. As of 2010, there was no LID definition or feasibility criteria in our adopted manual. We all, as surface water professionals, knew the requirement was coming. So the council at that time enacted this, hey, we think this is what LID is going to do. Let's adopt a 100% volume matching standard to try to get ahead of that. So I think it was great. It is aspirational. At the same time, though, that addendum clearly states that 100% was the goal, but they recognized that it would not be feasible in all instances. They recognize that there's places on the plateau. Mary Wichter said it herself in several meetings I've heard, that it's not feasible to try to do LID everywhere.
Without doing this study, as we're doing now, how did they recognize that? Wouldn't you say, let's do the study first and then look at repealing the 2010 instead of repealing it because of what reason?
They repealed it because the 2016 manual incorporated LID, whereas the 2009 did not. So it's one of our core requirements. I actually made a great series of stormwater educational videos where I do refer to this. So, and that's something you can watch over and over again when you're bored, I'm sure. But it goes through this in detail, that ultimately it's the 2016 manual created core requirement 9, which did not exist previously in 2009 and 2010, and it was basically the same. It says you will try to get rid of all your stormwater through LID to the max extent feasible. That's what really the 100% volume matching standard is trying to do. It's saying match the stormwater, use LID. And so I see...
We approved the town center without LID.
I'm sorry, say again?
We approved the town center without LID.
You approved the town center without LID?
We approved the town center without LID.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So if we weaken the standard and then approve the town center without LID, then we just walked away from it twice. We walked away from 2010 regulations, and then we walked away from LID because we didn't require it for town center.
So I would respectfully disagree. LID is still required to the max extent feasible. But regardless, I think this E9 will give you the information you're seeking.
Okay, well, I'm not going to belabor it, but I think that is incorrect and misleading.
Okay, so do you think E9 is the study that is needed to answer the questions that he has on that?
Mayor, this is Jeff Ellickish, Public Works Director. Yes, E9 is, as Danica referred to, pulling the levers, and we have an explicit task to compare the 2009 regulations and do the modeling associated with the current regulations as they're in the manual. And we are deliberately going back and looking at the 2010 regulations, and we will be doing the modeling in the same fashion and really doing a sensitivity analysis comparing the two and coming up with the outcome of those results, coming back to the council to ask and set policy as what's in the best interest of Sammamish going forward, given the science that we will put together and bring back to the council. So in answer to your question, we strongly believe that E9 addresses those concerns. Why they weren't done before, we're not able to articulate that at this time.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Thank you. On to the financial impact.
All right, as I said, there's no budget allocated, but council has options. You may choose to either spend down the fund balance in the 408 fund, that's our surface water management fund, or you can choose to suspend certain projects or initiatives in the 438 capital fund and then transfer some of those unused funds back to the 408. Some example projects that you might consider as pausing for the year or two. We have a property acquisition fund, about $250,000 a year that could cover one of these two projects. There's a Hazel Wolf culvert replacement project slated to start in 2021, or there's a basin plan project implementation. So you don't have to necessarily decide this now, just know that there are trade-offs that have to be addressed.
And I guess another option would be is that during the mid-biennium process, we can come back with a budget amendment to shift funds from reserves within the utility as well. So we have some options to cash flow this, we believe.
Okay, Deputy Mayor is in the chat box.
Thanks. So quick question, as you went through the options for funding, and I know you said we don't have to decide tonight, but I am curious, what property are we acquiring and for what purpose at $250,000 a year?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we adopted the stormwater rate study in 2017, one of the variables that went into justifying what rates we collected, we had to look at a 10-year forecast. One of those projects or initiatives in that 10-year forecast was a designated property acquisition fund. We have tapped into that before. We used about maybe $600,000 of that to help purchase our property for George Davis, but this is still a residual placeholder that occurs every year. So I can say we don't have anything targeted for that money right now. I think that would be very easy to use for E8 and or E9.
Okay. And sorry, follow-up question. We're not jeopardizing our rates, are we, if we go and rob that fund for this purpose?
Not to my knowledge. It's one fund. It's just the ending fund balance we have to manage.
Okay.
I wouldn't say rob.
Well, I mean, if you're taking money from that fund and using it for a different purpose, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to impact the fees that we collect. So,
no, if as long as you approve it, council, it's all a legitimate use of these funds.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion then. I move that we direct the city manager to allocate funding for E8 and E9.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, not at this hour.
Okay. Anybody have any comments, discussion? Not at this hour. All right. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Excellent.
Mayor, just real quick, I still would like to just give a round of applause to Danica for all her service at the city and all the things she's helped us with through this. It's been difficult issues at times, but I do want to recognize her. And Danica, thank you.
Yes, and you're off to someplace wonderful in California. So so tell us about your new job quickly.
Thank you. Well, I was going to say I'll miss Sammamish, but this is the midnight council meetings are not something I will miss.
No, I doubt it.
Major kudos to you for doing this every week. No, I'll be working for the National Park Service as a chief of facilities for a park, so kind of like a public works director.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Danica.
Thanks, Danica.
Okay, so next up, we have got the interlocal agreement for the COVID-19 vaccine distribution and reimbursement. Okay, so who's going to handle this? Is this Chief Clark, or is this going to be Andrew? I think it's going to be Chief Clark.
I will gladly take this. Good morning, everybody.
Almost.
Morning. I don't know what I did to get last on the agenda, but I apologize. So, what you have before you is a agreement that's been worked on between Sammamish and Issaquah and Eastside Rescue. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my camera to work. It doesn't want to cooperate. So, we put this agreement together a few weeks ago, and thanks to Lisa Marshall, she did a tremendous amount of work on this. And this agreement was first intended that Eastside would ask for reimbursement for these activities, and any reimbursement we could not get would be taken care of by Sammamish and Issaquah. We then consulted with the state and other entities and were advised that that is a poor strategy and would likely not result in reimbursement. That a better strategy would be for Eastside Fire and Rescue to perform work, invoice the two cities, and then the two cities seeking reimbursement would have a much higher success rate. So that's why it's structured the way it is now. There are two avenues, or two programs within the agreement. Program one is mobile vaccinations, which we are already doing. It caps your cost at $100,000 for mobile vaccinations that we deliver within Sammamish. It caps Issaquah's at $50,000 for mobile vaccinations that we deliver within Issaquah. At this time, however, all of our mobile vaccinations have been reimbursed to us by the county. So at this time, there are no charges that are waiting. This is simply allows a backstop if we continue the activities and reimbursement tries up. It will help take care of that. I just saw a note about audio choppy. Is mine bad? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're
yeah, we're struggling with
choppy.
audio.
Okay, well, I can let Andrew or Lisa take the rest of it.
Yeah, it is better.
Oh, I will move. Okay.
Mayor, do you want me to extend?
Yes, quickly, we need to extend.
Okay, Council, please let this be the last time. I move we extend to 12:30 a.m.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, let's do it.
All right, and then the last part of the agreement is for the mass vaccination sites, which puts a $700,000 cap on it, and it's split by population formula between Sammamish and Issaquah. And again, this is the effort to put together, build it, and they will come. And I'm confident that we will secure vaccines and hopefully that EFR remains whole, and you will have better success as cities securing reimbursement if and when that becomes reality. So, SQA approved this last night. We will be considering it March 11th, and I'll be happy to answer your questions you have.
Okay, Council, do we have any questions for Chief? None?
I'm in the box.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Thanks. I move we approve the ILA between the City of Issaquah and Eastside Fire and Rescue for the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and reimbursement for eligible expenses.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any discussion or question? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Excellent. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Excellent. And it is now midnight. Okay, next up, thank you, Chief. Oh, he's probably off the line already. Okay, next up is council reports and city manager report.
Well, I don't think you need a report from me this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Then the last thing we have is executive session and potential property acquisition pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1B, and to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to elective office pursuant to RCW 42.30-110-1H. So let's say we're going to start with 20 minutes. Okay, so everybody, let's go to executive session, and we will start with 20 minutes. See you on the other side. So I'm all caught up here. Okay, Council, we're back here. Now we have to finish our discussion out here. Discussion is process. And discussion is number. And Mike, do you want to go through your process questions? You had a. Okay, perfect. All right. So, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to set you off first because you had something in mind as far as process goes. So, I'm going to let you speak first.
Great. Thank you. I mean, I don't, but I think I don't want to limit ourselves in the number of questions that we ask the candidates. And so I want to be mindful about time, both the candidates as well as ours and other business. I know originally we had talked about the possibility of adding another meeting. If we don't want to do that, I suggest we give ourselves ample time to interview applicants that, we decide on here. And I don't think we should artificially constrain ourselves, at least not too much. So we need to fully vet the candidates, but we also don't want to run into, 12:30 a.m. meeting. So anyway.
Okay. So
we think March 8th. Sorry, process. Is the process that we're going to interview these candidates on March 8th?
I don't know. I think that depends on the when.
Yes. So
can we just, for full disclosure to the public,
I'm going to suggest that we, because the next time that we may have any little bit of time available would be next week. So the idea would be to take the first hour of our study session or first period of time of the study session, whatever time it is, and turn that into a regular meeting rather than a study session, and interview and vote But that way we've got it in and it's done, because I'm looking at that meeting the following, it's just as booked as tonight was. And then it goes, the next meeting we have is in April. So, you know, it looks like next week's the week.
So, Madam Mayor, if I can, just because I hadn't quite finished all the thoughts I had in my head, I think part of my question is, now that you've mentioned an hour, I'm not certain that an hour is enough
That's why I said or as much time. Yes, so it could be more than an hour.
Well, I think we should try and maybe, I mean, it never works for us to start meetings early and actually end early. That never works, but I would rather start early than like end when we're ending now. But my first question is, you know, if we interview, let's say we decide to interview 2 candidates, how are we going to do this when we're doing it remotely via Zoom? That makes it challenging. But then we also live stream our meetings, which gives an unfair advantage to one candidate over another when they're hearing the questions, because we may very well ask very similar questions. And so how do we do that from a process standpoint and make it a level playing field? Or do we interview them simultaneously and bounce back and forth asking them questions, similar to like a candidate forum?
That might be the best way, Christy. That sounds like a good suggestion.
Then I say we do 3. We've got 8 candidates. Why not do 3 people? I mean, this is an important role, and we should be looking at a variety of people. We got 8 really good candidates who applied.
Okay, so Mike has got a suggestion.
So in response to the deputy mayor's point, we ran into this issue with the commission interviews where, you know, we didn't want there to be an unfair advantage where a subsequent candidate could listen to a previous candidate's answers. You know, the person going last has all the information that they need. The person going first is put in an unfair position, I guess. But what we did there was held video interviews where they all answered a set number of questions, and we played those during the meeting. And then if there were any questions after watching the videos, the council could then ask any clarifying questions of the members during the meeting. So they both pre-record their set questions, and then you can ask any kind of fine-tuning questions during the meeting of both candidates, or however many candidates the council decides on.
So my only thought on that is that I don't want to ask questions of potential, you know, council members when they can sit on their computers and like go figure out an answer. Like I really just genuinely want to hear from them and what their thoughts are, not what they go look up. So I would rather do live interviews. And I think maybe the best answer is the candidate forum thing. And, you know, we ask a question of one candidate and then we turn around and the other one has to answer the next question first so that they're rotating. I think that's a more fair approach. And then it allows us to ask questions on the fly, because I think that's what Mike was trying to handle with we have the opportunity to ask other questions in person. But I think my preference would be to ask them questions right there. I want to know how much they know. I want to know how much they're paying attention. And I don't want them to, you know, have the opportunity, frankly, to go figure out answers to questions. I genuinely want to hear what they think and what they know right there.
Can the rest of us have a turn?
That's up to the mayor.
That's who I'm asking.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So Councilmember Stewart and then Councilmember Ross.
Great. So a couple of things. If we do a candidate forum style, typically in a candidate forum, you have a neutral third party coming up with the questions. So you're certain that no one got the questions in advance. How do we make sure that nobody's prepping them? If we give them all the questions in advance and they have a chance, then we know it's equal, and then we can bring them in a candidate forum style and ask them some follow-on questions and see how they respond on their feet. We haven't really settled on the number. I think 3 people is completely reasonable. I don't think that's too many. I think out of 8 candidates for something so important as us appointing what would otherwise be an elected position, I think we need to do all the due diligence that it takes. And I don't think 3 people is that many to bring in an interview. Just my personal thoughts.
I 100% agree with Christy, Deputy Mayor's process. I don't think it's a problem. Like she said, you go back and forth, question. We're going to be peppering them with questions from the council and, just keep going, rotating it around each other. If there's 2, there's 3, whatever. I think that works. I think that's the best approach. I like the spontaneity. I like to see what is there ingrained. We need someone who can hit the ground running. The only way you find someone who's closer to hit the ground running is someone who is prepared with knowledge and experiences.
Okay, so I was just asking, if he can, how we would do that, because if we're going to ask the same questions of each candidate, so I was just trying to see how he's going to. Okay. Okay, so council, we've got, council, it is 12:30, so we're going to have to extend, or we're going to have to come up with something really quick. So I'm going to make an motion to extend for 10 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Excellent. Okay. So, so Mike is going to work on setting it up that we have them both there so we can ask them questions. We're going to have a third party to come up with questions so that it's fair and it's not, they're not, so I'm going to look at you guys to do that. Okay, now my chat box is going crazy. All right, here we go. Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So how are we going to decide who to invite? I suggest that we put it out there, and anybody who gets more than 2 votes gets invited to be interviewed.
Okay. More than or 2 and more than? How do you want to phrase that?
2 and above.
I would say more than 2.
Okay. Okay, does somebody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay.
I have an issue with that. Just for full disclosure to the public, we kind of cheated and kind of voted in executive session. So Councilmember Gamblin already knew what the numbers were.
Actually, we specifically did not do that.
Point of order?
Yes. Make your point.
We're supposed to be in the queue to speak. We're not just supposed to be randomly speaking when we feel like it.
Point taken. Okay, so point taken, and we specifically did not do that. So that is not how we get what we want, is by saying those things. So, Councilmember Gamblin. Okay, next is Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so one thing I want to say is I don't agree with having a third party come up with our questions. I want to be able to ask questions of these candidates. We are the ones that get to appoint them. I think it's important that we're getting to ask the questions that we want to ask. I think, I appreciate council members' concern. I think we can all sit here on live TV and agree with one another that we're going to be adult enough that we're not going to give the candidates the questions that are in our own head. The reality is that there are 6 of us here that are going to ask them questions. But I think it's really important that we get to ask the questions. We're vetting this candidate. What if our third party doesn't ask the questions that we want to know? So I think it's really important that we get to ask those questions.
Okay. All right. I was just going with what was said earlier about having a third party do the questions, but I'm totally with you there. I agree with that.
No, I know.
Yep. Yeah. I get it. Okay. So far we've got, we're going to come up with the questions. but hold on, because now we've got more in the chat box here. Okay, so now we've got Councilmember Stewart and then Councilmember Ross.
Look, I think that anybody that gets more than one vote from, anyway, it doesn't matter. You guys are going to pick who you want to pick, but I just don't see why we're so opposed to bringing in a third person. What if that third person turns out to be a
We're
rock
not going to go backwards on this. Okay, so do you have another topic?
Well, we haven't decided how many, so I'm not going backwards. There's a motion on the floor to talk about how many, and I'm talking about how many.
The motion, I'm not, I like.
Fine.
Okay. Okay, so Councilmember Ross, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess to clarify, number one, I totally agree. We will do the questions ourselves, and we don't necessarily have to ask the same question to each person. We can ask different ones to different people. I think the motion was from Councilmember Gamlin that simply states that we're going to identify people that we think are qualified, and if anybody gets 3 or more votes, we'll interview them. That's how you determine whether you do 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5, or all 8. I don't think mathematically you can get to 8, but you get the point. There you go. Just like we did for the commission.
3 or more votes, is that correct?
Yeah,
3.
I think we should have just done this in email. We could have just done a stack rank, but that's fine, whatever. That way we wouldn't have shared answers and then kind of come to the conclusion, but it's all right.
Okay, so, all right, so it looks like we have got, okay, so, she's got it up for us to vote. Okay. So let's vote, and anybody who gets 3 or more, I guess, or 2 or more, our top vote getters will be the ones that we call back for.
Which one is it, 2 or 3 more?
I said 3 or more was what
Okay, thank you. Thank you, 3.
We never voted on that.
Okay.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Fine. Motion on the floor is for 3. We had a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Now we voted on it.
Well, I'm sorry, there was a motion on the floor. We should just wrap it up. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just following the rules.
Uh-oh.
And good job. We're right. Mayor, can I be the first to vote then, since my name is last?
It's last for a reason, Kent.
She's got the cursor on Gambit.
Okay. Yes, so I guess we're going to go around. So yes, so I still call the vote on each one? Okay, so we're going to go, Lita will call and then tell her who you want your votes to go to.
Councilmember Treen.
Odell and Hobbs. Kara. Thank you.
We couldn't hear that.
Tom, Odell, and then Kara Hobbs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Yes. Hey, just real quick, thanks everybody for getting their application in. I read every single one of them carefully, and you can all run in November, by the way. We'd love to have you in there. So anyway, Tom Odell for me, please.
Should I just randomly pick?
If we're bringing in 2, shouldn't everybody have to pick at least 2?
Do you want me to randomly pick or just go in order? Okay. Deputy Mayor Mountchow.
Kara Hobbs, Kathy Richardson, and Tom Odell.
Mayor Moran.
Well, one, I'm hoping some of these people will run because some of these were excellent. And I want to see Kara Hobbs and Tom Odell.
Councilmember Ross.
Hobbs and Odell, please.
Councilmember Stewart,
Kathy Richardson, Laura Evesich, and Paul Haas.
okay. Looks like the top two are Tom Odell and Kara Hobbs.
Okay, so it looks like we have two that are coming back. Okay. So we have two coming back next week.
Move to adjourn.
I think that's it. Okay.
Move to
Do we want
adjourn.
to announce when these interviews are? Next week, yes?
Next week.
What time? I think we need to decide on the start time for that meeting.
Yep, I agree. I think it's going to have to be earlier, too. Councilmember Treen?
There's only 2 items on that study session.
Okay.
I believe it's the first item. I'd have to look it up. I don't have it open. So it's only 2 items, so you could still start at 6:30. It depends on how long you think the interviews will be going for with the 2.
What are the 2 items?
Mike is looking at it right now.
So the first item is obviously the council interviews. The second item is the website redesign presentation, which I don't expect to be anything too involved.
So those,
Okay.
yeah.
There you go. So I think we're okay with starting at 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30.
There'd be plenty of time for a third person.
Okay.
Can we make it a special meeting now? So we need to make that a special meeting so we can vote if we want to vote there.
Right, Kent?
Special meeting.
I will notice it as a special meeting so that you can take action.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anybody have anything else for the good of the order?
Move to adjourn.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Good night, folks.
I'm glad I can at least amuse you, Kent.